Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter channel. I hope everybody's been having a lovely weekend already. Um, I have a guest here. Well, she's not a guest. She comes whenever she can. I have Jess here, so I'm going to share her screen for a few minutes as soon as I get this chat to pop out. Anyway, hang on a minute. Let me spotlight you, Jess.
Oh,
And I want Jess to talk about her channel for a minute and what she's been working on. And my goodness, I think she's a very prolific sewer. It's pretty darn amazing.
oh.
So go ahead, Jess.
Hi everyone, how are you doing? I am Jess and my channel name is So Blessed by Jess. And on that channel, you will find tutorials on how to create blocks, traditional blocks, Moda blocks. That's like I'm doing the Moda Head 6 challenge right now, and just little different things here or there that I feel that you might be interested in. Um, Behind me, I'm working on Tasha's quilts. Petal. Oh no, it just left my brain. But it's a beautiful quilt, and this is only one quadrant of it. And actually, I'm going to be working on it during the live today to create another quadrant for it. Um, yeah, I got a lot of things going on, but my hands are always busy. I'm always into something, and yeah, it's fun. Lots of fun. And I can't believe Rita's here today. I
Yay!
know, I'm so excited.
I saw her pop on just as I was going live.
I
Yeah.
was I was looking up something and my voice is gone. Anyway, I was
Yeah.
looking up
Well,
something like, oh no, I forgot Katie. Oh God. And then I was for the email. I'm like going, where did it go?
uh-oh.
Yeah, just
So, since
I'm here
we're
to have
talking,
fun. Here to have fun.
okay, Rita, real quick, tell them about your channel.
I don't remember the name. I can't. It's Crystal.
Crystal
Oh,
Dragon Rita's House of
yeah,
Sewing or something like
that's
that.
what it is. I
Asian.
can't
Yeah.
remember the name. I don't know why. I just can't. Um, I do combinations. There's even cooking stuff on there. 99% of what I do is scrappy, as most people know. There's not anything I won't make. See, there's my rug. That's a rug from a hula hoop.
Yay.
Oh,
Yes.
nice.
It's made from a large hula hoop. Um, I did that this morning. I was bored. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make a hula hoop rug. So I just did it. It's just did from scraps of it's t-shirts.
Mm.
Um, I'm making a new one. I sent Jess the photo. Um, I have no directions for it. It's made 99% with sawtooth blocks with different combinations. Because I needed a challenge.
Hey, a challenge is great.
Jess seen it. It's like, okay, I don't know about this. I've made clothes. I don't want to make clothes. Um, I do embroidery. Um,
Mhm.
there's um there's a crystal dragon. No, it's still sitting in the box. It has no directions. So pieces
Yes.
aren't numbered. And it's like, do you go to the company and their directions were it's a picture of all the pieces. There's no
Yeah.
directions. And the picture you can't the pictures are like a quarter of an inch big, even though the pieces aren't. So you can't see what the pieces look like. And it just says, this is how they go. Well, that doesn't help me. So it's sitting in a box, and I'll find somebody that wants to put it together and give it to them.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Like, I'll send it to Nico. No. I'll send it to Jess. That's what
Oh Lord.
Oh my gosh.
and
But
she,
Rita, when you sent
yeah.
me that email, I was like, this is not Rita's email, but I knew exactly who it was.
It's like I did that and I went, because I have my hubby's email,
Yeah.
because he attends the University of Phoenix. He has 4 degrees now.
Yeah.
And so I have his email, and once in a while I forget to switch it, and it's like,
I was just like, Baron's sending me emails now about quilting.
And what's funny is Lobo is my dog.
Yeah,
Lobo is the little male dog. And I'm like, oh, she's gonna know. She's gonna know.
I did. I figured it out. But it's beautiful. That quilt is beautiful.
Yeah, it'll look pretty. I would show you, Katie, but I don't. I'd have to move my camera. I don't have a picture of it. It's I mean, I could show you what it looks like.
Yeah, you're welcome to show it. I can
Okay.
put it back on spotlight. Hold on.
I will make my camera go funny or take my
Okay.
camera off so nobody gets sick because I have to move it.
Okay. Uh-oh, I'm gonna freeze.
All right. Now, well, all right. Well, hopefully nobody gets sick because I don't know what this is gonna because I have to turn the camera back on so I can see it.
And, hi, Andrea. How are you doing today?
Andrea says, and hi everyone. Andrea was in here first today, and she
Oh.
says, I am still working on my quilt from yesterday, so I will be sewing and not chatting much. Just wanted you to know I'm here. Then she says hi to Jess, and she says Jess is a new serger owner and in love with the process.
That's
Hello,
right.
Linda, and hello, Lori. Welcome, welcome. Linda says she's just getting dinner on, and then she'll join us. All right, yay!
That is such a beautiful quilt, Rita.
There it is.
I love the blue
Woo-wee.
too. The sashing.
I did it.
That's-
I did it, and this is just what is this? Photoshop, PowerPoint.
Mhm.
This one is with the sashing between each block, and this one is without.
Yeah, I
And
really love sashing. Yeah.
yeah, I like the sashing, and all I just did is squares around it. All that is a bunch of sawtooth blocks, and nothing more.
Beautiful.
And they just like on the sides right here or here,
Yeah.
you make a sawtooth and just cut it in half, and it becomes your border.
Oh, amazing. I was looking at that. I was trying to figure out what those pieces were.
Yeah, and it's like I have no directions, and I'm not paying $400 for a kit. I'm just not gonna do it.
12-inch blocks.
I don't know. I have no clue. I haven't decided. To me, if it's 12-inch blocks, that makes the thing huge.
You like big quilts, though.
I do, and it will probably be 12-inch blocks. Yes.
I know how you think a little bit.
Are you sure?
Maybe.
There you go. Whoops. There you go.
Yeah.
It's a pineapple. Come on.
I see it. Yes.
Let me switch this back. It's making me sick.
Hi, Lori. Hi, Linda. Hope you guys are doing well.
Okay. Yep, I hope they're doing good too. Yep, yep. Okay. All right. So I need to go look up I'm having a brain fart. Darn it. I need to go look up Rita's channel so I can share her link.
Oh,
Because I don't think I have I can't get in my bot.
Here, I can do it real quick because I'm a
every darn time
I got
Avest updates the browser, I lose things, or well, I don't exactly lose them, but it does something where it when I first set up YouTube, I had KDJ, and it's underneath my Kimmikins Gmail. So when I decided to have a channel, I set up the channel, a second channel, using the same email, sort of. And it's confused. It's hard for me to explain, but when I get locked out, it takes me a while to figure out how to get back in again.
all right.
Anyway.
Oh, yep, it's there. Hi,
Yep,
Shirley. How are you doing?
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Y'all go over and have a, hey, Shirley, it's good to see you. Shirley's on Alaska time, so it's hard for her to catch my lives unless I do a late one. So you're probably wondering what I'm working on tonight.
Yes.
I am going to attempt to finish getting that third row on my Magnolia.
Mhm.
But I have to do some more piece sewing first because I ran out. And I'm only going to do 3. I got 2 rows in, but for those that don't know what Magnolia is, it's this pattern. And mine looks like this so far.
Oh, wow.
So
Well,
I'm just going to add one more row. What I'm going to do is put the row on the bottom down here. And then I just have to, I think I haven't, I don't know what I want to do for putting a border around it yet.
Yeah.
I kind of want to knock off all the color, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that because I have white, red, yellow, and dark blue in here. So I need to find a different color that will not take your eye away from the pattern itself, but will shut down the flow of color too.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe I'll just use the dark blue as a border and then it'll look like, because to me it looks like a trellis.
Mhm. Oh, I thought, yeah, it
oh,
does.
It looks very trellisy, and if I outline it in the dark blue, it'll just like be a framing, and you would have a frame around the trellis using
Mhm.
that same color anyway. So yeah,
Mm.
so that's probably what I'll do. Uh-oh. So that's what I plan on working on tonight. And we'll see if I can't get. I need to make 3 more big blocks, and then I can get the whole row sewn together.
Hey, Brenda, how are you?
Hey, Brenda Foley, welcome, welcome. So has everybody been having a good weekend? Let us know in the chat what you've been working on, or if you've been chilling or sleeping, or what you've been doing. Hey, Jean, welcome, welcome.
Hi, Jean.
I thought I was going to be working tomorrow. My boss sent me a message Friday.
Uh-huh.
I think it was Friday. She says, "Can you guide Sunday?" I'm like, and I said back, "Okay."
Mhm.
I haven't heard a word from her since,
sleep
and
with
I would
that.
have,
Oh,
which
so
is
you didn't even know
very
what time to show up tomorrow.
right. So
Interesting.
sometimes she does that. And
Yeah.
then it surprised me one bit if I don't get a phone call in the morning. Where are you? And I'm gonna be like, you didn't tell me when to come to work, because I feel like I shouldn't have to chase that down. I've learned not to chase that down because a lot of times she doesn't answer the phone.
Um, yeah. Well, if she hasn't gotten to you by now.
It could be the cruise ship canceled. Now there was a picture of that cruise ship sitting in our harbor right now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, maybe they came a day early. Maybe there's bad weather coming tomorrow that I don't know about.
Mm.
And if that's the case, that might be why they came in a day early.
Oh,
Because sometimes they don't. I guess the wind is a problem for big cruise ships.
They can be.
I'm not exactly sure why, but um, if we have a wind event, they don't come. They can't use ice as an excuse because most of the ice is gone now. Just icebergs, and that's it. So, dotted along the fjord. They're not clogging up the fjord at all.
Shirley says she hasn't been able to work on anything for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, that's right.
wow.
Her husband's in the hospital. I
Yeah.
hope is your husband doing any better? Last I heard, he was not doing very good.
Yeah. Well, prayers going to you, girl. Lots of love.
Yeah, we're thinking about you. I've been sending prayers and good thoughts your way.
Yeah.
How's oh, all I can remember is her Yang. Everybody calls her Yang. Her husband was in the hospital. Joe.
Oh,
I have no
Donna.
idea.
Oh,
No, I don't know.
I
you know,
wasn't even
talking.
aware. Apparently, the granddaughter was in the hospital again too, but I
Oh
don't know.
no.
But I
Yeah.
don't know anything about it.
Donna. That's her name. Donna.
Donna.
Yeah,
And
handmade by Ying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about all of that.
Wow.
I can barely keep up with my stuff.
well, hopefully they're doing okay.
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Yeah. Hi, Denise. How are you?
Hey, Denise, welcome, welcome.
I missed you last night on William's channel, Denise.
Oh yeah, she
Uh,
wasn't there,
I
huh?
didn't see her. Mm-mm. She skipped a night on us.
Sometimes I fall asleep on you guys because it's like by the time y'all finish, it's
Oh.
3 a.m. my time.
It's fine. Yeah. We know that we're people's bedtime stories.
So I fall asleep or I'll leave it running on the desktop and put a movie on and go to sleep.
Yeah.
I wasn't there because I had no voice. It was even worse than it is now. It's like, I'm not going on there. I'll just sit there. No, no.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. I wouldn't have done that either.
Now coffeeing, and it's like, okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
Teresa, if you want to hop on, I sent you a link.
Hi, Teresa
Um,
Louise.
Shirley says that her husband is home, but diagnosis isn't great.
Okay.
Uh, multiple
Oh,
how do you say that? Myeloma?
Melanoma,
I
myeloma.
think it's
myeloma,
myeloma. Okay, got you.
Oh,
kidney failure. Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, that's
Denise,
tough.
Denise is asking a really great question. She says, "Hi, Katie. I was wondering how those icebergs move about. Are they going to hit ground?" Okay, so as you know, the ocean um, has tidal changes or tide changes where they drop, they go back up again. It's up and down based on our planet. So when they're coming down the fjord, depending on the size of an iceberg, so if you see 100-foot tall, this is not exaggeration now. There has been a couple come through here that tall. If you
Wow.
see 100 feet above the water, that's only 15% of the iceberg. The
Yeah.
rest of it's even bigger than that underneath. So, depending on how many meters deep the fjord is, will determine whether it snags a iceberg for a while. We had an iceberg that came into our harbor during high tide about 4 or 5 summers ago, and it was enormous. And then when the tide dropped, it got stuck
Oh,
because water right there where it was at was not deep enough for it to move. And the interesting thing was how it got stuck kept it fastened there for almost 4 months. Every day I went down there, it was still there, and I took a picture of it. And then it was in May, I think. When I got down there around the first or second week in September, it was gone. It was just gone.
oh,
So it just depends on the size and how deep the water is. Parts of our fjord are like 700 meters deep, and all you have to do, if you don't know how many feet are in a meter, is 3 feet, 3 feet and 2 inches, something like that. So multiply that by that number. So 700 times three, and they'll tell you how deep that is in feet. So not all of the fjords deep like that. They'll be, because there used to be ice in the fjords. All the fjords were full of ice, and when ice moves, it gouges underneath it, and so it's created quite several areas where it's super deep. Our lake, which is freshwater, on one side of it is 700 meters deep. That's where all of our fresh water comes from
Amazing.
for drinking water.
Mhm.
That's why the lake has very strict rules. No motorized vehicles on the lake.
Mhm.
Even when there's ice on the lake. And the only floating devices you can have on the lake is a small dinghy or a kayak.
Have a great night, Shirley. I hope that that you get a lot of rest. That you need it. So
Take care of yourself. We'll be thinking of you, okay? Hey, Mary G. Hello, Andy. Welcome. Good to see you. Lori says she is working on an FPP project from 1998. Wow.
wow.
Brenda says, catch any fish? Yes, we catch fish. I actually have a video of me catching some cod that when we went on our last trip out on the boat. Denise says, just watched her pillowcase vid. Very nice, Jess. I watched last night, just didn't chat, and Thursday too.
yeah. We just I always for the people that I always see all the time, Denise, once we get off, I was like, oh man, I didn't see Denise tonight. Or, oh man, like Rita wasn't here. Like I really miss her when she's not around. So you're talked about in good ways, I promise.
Oh no,
I
oh no.
miss you. So, yeah.
Oh no.
Hi, Andy. How are you doing?
Just is that Tasha's pedal? Yeah, Andy says, Jess,
Yeah,
is that Tasha's petals
it
crossing
is.
pattern? Gorgeous with the dark background. Yeah, I like that dark background. That looks really good.
Yeah, that's one quadrant of it. And I'm working on this middle section right here um, with the orange peels. I'm working on, it's an orange peel kind of night tonight because those are like my kryptonite. I really got to pay attention to them. So they take me longer to go through. But it's pretty. I love it. And I've been keeping Tasha updated on it too. So
216.
and thank you, Andy.
How's y'all's weather your way?
You want some?
No,
Please,
I think my
and
house is hot enough.
times I want to know how warm is it there today?
Today,
Do you really
outside,
want
it
some?
is 50 degrees outside. And don't
You're
laugh
you're
at
at
that,
50.
but the inside of my house feels like it's 95 degrees. And we don't have no air conditioning in here. And I don't open all the windows because I don't want my house full of mosquitoes.
Mm.
No thanks. I'll
I'll
just
trade
suffer
you.
through it.
I'll trade you.
All right, Rita, where are you at?
Yeah,
125?
100. I think it thinks it's 119 right now.
119.
Mhm.
Yuck.
And it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's warm.
It is a tad, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just
No way I would live in Arizona or any of those states that gets above a 3 digit or gets a 3 digit. Sometimes Florida would hit that 3 digit. And with humidity, it's like I'm going to suffocate.
yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's cooling off in Phoenix. I don't know why here where almost sometimes 10 to 20 degrees hotter than Phoenix is considered the valley of Arizona. I don't
Never
know why it's so much hotter here.
18.
100.
Golly.
Yeah,
Is is
that's
that a normal thing, or is that
oh
just because
yeah.
it's been progressively getting worse over the years?
No, that's normal. Normal. It's been known to hit 125. That's normal. But the thing of it is it's not year round. We
Yeah.
only get this massive heat stuff for maybe 2 months out of the year when it's massive like that. And then it just goes back to 100 degrees and lower. But for about
Yeah.
2 months, it's usually July and August that Arizona is just brutally hot.
Yep, the dog days of summer. That's what we call it in Florida.
And it's just, it isn't so much if it was hot, it's when we get that 30% humidity attached to it. You can't.
Yeah.
Hey, Allie.
Hey, John, how
Really?
you doing? And hello, stitching.
Been
She
a
says
long
it's
time since I've
25
seen
degrees
one.
Celsius, which is about, hang on, I'll tell you what that is in Fahrenheit because she's in Canada.
Yeah,
25 C is, I
I,
changed mine to Fahrenheit because it's easier for me to have an understanding of it.
right. I don't,
Google.
I have to look it up. I don't,
CF.
it's hot.
25 is not hot.
No,
Oh, wow.
Not really.
no.
I think 25 is about 75 degrees, maybe. I'm trying to find it now. Dang it.
Right.
Oh, here we
25.
go. 25 is
Let's say
77 degrees. That's not hot.
No, that's not hot. That's cold. That's cold.
That's nice. I loved
Oh,
when Florida would be when
Uh,
Florida in the spring and fall when it would be migrating between 55 to 75 degrees. Perfect.
yeah. You want to
It's
know what
big.
happens when you mess up those flying birds? You want to see what happens?
you mess up my flying geese.
Flying birds. Hmm.
Mm.
That's what you get.
You, okay, are you doing the mode of blockhead?
Oh no, no. I
Okay,
already
because they oversized their.
um I I
There's no way I can do that.
I
Every
was
time I try
I
to do
was
it, the thing it screws up.
I was not furious, but I thought, okay, for once I'm gonna follow a pattern creator's directions. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
When you got that little overlap on one of them.
I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So whoever created and no offense if they're listening, you need to make your you need to make the block based on the pattern you're handing out. So I said, fine, I'm going to go do it my way.
Yes.
And I did.
Girl.
It was, and the other thing I didn't care for
Hmm.
is they said, okay, like it has A, B, C, and D, and I put mine away. But it didn't tell
Oh.
you A, B, C, or D go
Which-
with wet block.
Exactly.
And I'm
Oh, that drove me nuts.
so I said, fine. I cut every block to 6 inches and said, blink, blink.
Yep.
And I'm like, you know how much waste of fabric that was? I was I was fuming here. It's like that's the reason I don't follow directions. That is the exact reason because whoever makes the pattern doesn't make the block based on the pattern they're putting out.
Hey, Tammy, how are you doing? That
Hi,
is
Melena. And hello, Tammy. Welcome. It's good to see you here.
Hi, Melina. How are you?
Who else came in here?
Can't stay, but stop by. Oh, hey, get back here. You have to stay.
Yeah, you need to stay a while. You don't. I haven't seen you in here in a long time.
It's the flying bird lady.
Oh,
Always tease
she's
her.
flying south for the summer.
Yep, she is. Yep. Yeah, it's the flying bird lady.
Oh,
Yeah, I always make my flying geese 4 at a time. I know, Katie, you have, but I can't. That's just what I do.
Yeah, I can't do it. So I got that this next. I haven't done the motorblock yet. I'm working
Oh,
on
you
it.
haven't?
No, I'm that picture you saw or the drawing I showed you. Yeah, this.
Yeah, I went
And
back to the live. I was trying to figure out. Now she said there was a bloody friendship star in there. I couldn't find.
there is.
Yeah, right. And what I had to do was, I'm like going, I can't find it. Fine, I will figure it out. And now I don't know what I did with mine. And
But you mentioned about the sawtooth, and I can see the sawtooth, but I think I'm going to not do the sawtooth part of it because I want that X to show up, which is really cool.
right, correct. And
are you talking about 2 weeks ago?
No, this is this week's.
no,
This is the one with the bloody flying geese with the you do 4 at a time thing, and I cannot do them.
Oh, I love
I'm
that
doing
block.
yeah, the flying geese right there. I'm going to do each one at a time because I know I can do that. Every time I've tried to do 4 at a time, it's a disaster.
that's what mine looks like.
Oh, look at yours. It looks great.
I love how yours turned out.
Nice colors.
Yeah, I love the
That
variegated
looks great.
I made
ombre.
Baron go to the store with me and stand there while I picked matching colors.
That's right.
That's awesome.
And he's
Go
like,
there.
you never do this. And I'm like, I need to prove a point. I can match colors. And it was all matched to that variegated.
Mhm.
And it's like, whoever made that block, oh man, whoever made the pattern, no. And there's my other one. I love this one. This one's my favorite.
That's pretty too.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember what Katie's looked like, but I'm like,
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, I'm like going, I'm going to do mine completely different.
Don't want to hear something funny that I want to do to this?
That's what I was looking for.
I want to find the very center of each one of these big pieces and do
Uh-huh.
a circle reverse applique
Yep.
and then make 3 little mini blocks and sew it behind it because I just I don't know.
I was going to make another one of those, but I want a miniature pinwheel in the center.
Yeah, I was
of those.
thinking pinwheel or something
A
like that
little
because it would give
miniature
it more.
pinwheel.
Yeah, so this wouldn't look so weird.
Yeah, that
To
big
me, it's
block.
an odd shape.
Right. It's an odd shape, but
Yeah.
a miniature pinwheel would look cool in there.
Did you see this last night, Rita?
Yes, I did.
Isn't that cool?
That was yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's pretty.
Yeah. This came out really good.
Yeah. I couldn't be on there because I could not talk and my voice is going again.
Oh, it's okay. I understand.
For this
Allergies and
too.
allergies in Arizona, hot weather, it does me in.
And Denise says that she really enjoys seeing all the different ways that creators have to make blocks, mixing things up so you don't get bored.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Sometimes when you're looking at a block, you're like, I really don't want to do it like this. So let's do that's what
I
I'm doing
do it.
coloring sheet right now. Because
Mhm.
I saw someone's block the other day and I'm like, dang, they're getting creative. Let me get creative. So I started coloring it. And I already have fabric in mind for the dark blues and the light blues. I haven't figured out the colors. I think I'm going to put hot colors right in the middle of it.
Mhm.
Because these blocks are all scrappy. I'm
Hey,
dipping out of my scrap pile and
bye,
I
Jan.
swear it seems like my scrap pile's getting bigger instead of smaller, and I just don't get that.
But they are not giant. Oh, Terry,
Good night, Tammy.
I had to do mine a completely different way because their directions
Yeah.
Their directions
the
suck.
directions have issues. And I said I took the directions and put them through the shredder. Of course, then I had to print them out again because I forgot to write down what the block size was. Whoever created and all the other motor blocks were not like that.
No, this one was the most difficult with
It was
instructions.
almost as if somebody else made this pattern compared to the others.
Yeah,
But
it's like the
look,
last two have been a bit of a pain.
the last two, and it's like,
Yeah,
the pattern creator is not making the block to the pattern.
yeah.
So
Mhm.
I'm going to make a pattern to fit my block so that I have a pattern because their directions are not, no. And just to saying you need A and D, well, it doesn't tell you which A and D or C and B.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It doesn't tell you.
That's what I find confusing because they're telling you, like when you're looking at these instructions,
Mhm.
it's telling you you have A, like on this one, the big block that we were just talking about,
Right.
that one had 4 A's on it.
Right.
And then you have
That's-
two B's, one C, two D's, but it's not when you're plugging it in, when you're trying to figure out how you're going to do this, it's hard to plug it in especially if you're not wanting to, if you're wanting to use more than one color, then it really becomes really complicated.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have to kind of color code the block. That's what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I pick, okay, I know that this block is a rectangle. Which rectangle what do I think this is?
Yeah.
Or
Right.
here, oh, I know this is going to make the half square triangles. What's the other block size for the half square triangles? So I can go ahead.
Oh,
So
and
that's how
Terry,
my brain has to work with it.
yeah.
To
I've
cut
watched,
large
I
squares
watched the videos, Denise. The
No.
videos are not, ex, ex, the videos are okay, but they're not, if you are a beginner or a beginner or advanced like I am,
correct.
their video leaves steps out and then you're like,
Yeah.
what happened to this step?
So why aren't you watching my videos?
Smarty, I've been watching your videos. But you know what I'm saying.
I understand that they do leave things out if you're
They
just
leave
watching
steps
Moda.
out. And
Yeah.
so for a beginner person, they're totally like, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who created the pattern.
This is not a
And
beginner's.
maybe I'm just spoiled by Fat Quarter Shop's directions because they take you
Um,
step, and they give you two ways of doing like half square triangles or flying geese because we all know Kimberly loves using paper, which I like using too. And
Yeah.
sometimes if I have 16 half square triangles to make, I will use paper
Yeah.
because that saves me on time. Because I hate drawing lines for that many triangles. And
Yeah. And I try to
so
use
and
tools too that I know that most people would have too, because no one has those specialty tools that Moda shows on
oh,
the videos.
and the only reason
Like I don't.
I mean, I have quite a few of them, but she did I don't know, back before 2020, they
Yeah.
ran a special where it was, if you buy all of this, you can get this much percentage off of it. And so I stocked myself up, and I'm still pretty stocked up. There's some of them I'm about to run out of, which means I use them more than the rest.
Yeah.
Some of them I haven't opened because I got more than one set of them on purpose. And so for me, I've been it'll always be here now. The ones I'm running out of, eventually I'm gonna have to order some, or I can go find someone who has PDF files of that same size triangle and just print them out on printer paper.
Yeah. I know that. So Becca does.
yeah.
If
Yeah,
you're part of her channel, a membership,
I am.
she has it on her website.
In that monoblock, it takes 4 of these ones.
John says he has a suspicion they're
Yeah.
using AI program for the first time. You
Yes.
know, I think
Put it past them.
y'all can get mad at me if you want to. If you use AI to create patterns, does no one not realize by doing that that you're taking out the person who's designing the patterns to begin with? You're totally bypassing them, so they can't sell a pattern if an AI is already putting all this stuff out. Just
Or
saying.
Joanna Figueroa could have created that block,
Right.
put all the specs into Q8, like how they
Yeah.
what they use, and then it just gets spit out. But maybe maybe they did 1/2 inch seams by accident with some, who knows? Who knows? I have an AI quilt that I'm working on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's AI has its place. You can't fight technology. You cannot. It's not going to happen. You're going to lose. And
Well, so far I'm not using AI for anything. Nothing.
I am a person
challenging myself.
I you actually do use AI if you have a phone. Every single person that has a smartphone has AI. If you have a smart TV, you have AI.
Yeah,
Now,
but you know what I meant by that.
Yeah.
I'm not using
okay.
it to modify photographs or modify my quilt pad, or you know what I mean.
Right,
I'm not
right.
using it for all the things a lot of people do. Like YouTube's offering me, you can make a video using AI. Why would I do that?
I'm
That takes away
one
from my being creative.
Yeah.
I don't know. AI has its purposes. As an example, I have AI in my body. My spinal cord stimulator is connected to AI.
Yeah.
It allows me to walk. And then I seen the most amazing thing. There is an engineer that created, with the use of AI, people that have never been able to walk can put these braces on their legs and they can walk again without the pain.
It just carries you.
It carries you.
Yeah.
And he released the schematics instead of having to pay the millions of dollars. He released the schematics so anybody can download them and go make it themselves. And they have it on arms. But the legs one is like, oh my God, people can walk with the AI, and it's not batteries, there's nothing. It's just pulleys and using your own body's muscles, but it is AI doing.
I think AI is, good for some things.
Right,
I just,
right.
Other things I just don't agree with. But,
Right.
But Ollie's right. It's just geometry.
It's
Most,
geometry, right.
when I go and say, all right, I want you to create a quilt using 5 different colors for me. Like
Right.
I have 1 yard of 5 different colors. Go. And that's all I say to it. And
Yes.
it comes up with like squares and rectangles and flanges. I was like, no, no, no. Let's just do something more complicated. Let's add some curves to it.
Right.
Let's do this to it. And it'll generate things for me, but the instructions aren't right at all. Like this is supposed to be about twice the size as it is, but I'm gonna work with it with what it is. And this is only like a third of the quilt. And so I'm just gonna double it and work with it. But even the way that and my 1/4 inch seams are right where they need to be, but it's off a little bit too. And it's just the way the template that I printed out from it. But
Right.
I'm okay with it. We're gonna slap it right up here.
It
Boom.
looks cool though. It looks
Yeah.
cool
cool.
though. Yeah, it looks
I
cool.
like it because it's not square. If you notice, every block, almost all blocks are square. It's like, why do they all have to be square? Why? Why can't they be oblong?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Um, like the petals are square when you put them together.
Right.
But yeah, this is only a third of it. And so I'm creating more of the pieces for it so I'll have it finished by the end of August. It's not on my priority right now. So,
Not.
Robin, welcome, welcome. How
but
you doing, Melina? I hope you've been doing well.
Hey, Robin.
but hello.
Oh, yeah, my name is, oh yeah, I never changed it. Oh well.
Well, that's what you are.
Oh,
Well, you
yes,
said you were
yes, I
sassy,
am.
so there you
I
go.
will be when I was given that name when I was 18 and it stuck with me.
Oh, I love it.
It actually was originally sassafras.
My mom called me, I was Sissy.
Mm.
I mean, pretty much always like the oldest sibling is always called that, I feel. But with all of my family, that's all I was called. Or twin. I was one of the twins.
Right. As I can't remember her name. True Blue. I can't remember your name. I'm sorry.
Andy.
Her name is
Andy. Oh, and I don't know why. I watch her all the time. It's like, oh, yeah, I did the same thing. I had to, I no, yeah, I just redid my own blocks.
Yeah.
It's like, no, your directions are,
Andy.
I see someone's husband in the chat.
uh-oh, Nico.
I have no idea who that's husband
Yeah,
could be.
my love.
And hey, where's the Jaws thing? Every time I see Nico now, what I see is that Jaws, that shark.
Oh, that fish. Yeah.
Every time now.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I said every time I see Nico, I see that Jaws fish that you said on your.
Oh, it's in the bedroom right now.
I know.
This thing on my sewing machine got more conversation on the last 3 lives that I've ever seen. It was like, what is that?
I don't remember who was asking. I think Terry. This is one of the blocks in that Moda block. You don't need to cut that triangle. Just use this piece as a whole piece and make a half square triangle.
Yeah.
You end up with one extra piece, but you save on your brain. Instead of cutting triangles and sewing them back together. To me, I think and I know Katie does it because that's what she does easier. But to me, to cut triangles apart and sew the triangles back together, no, I'm no. But you end up with extra pieces of these, but that's okay. Put them in something else or sew them all together.
How's fishing going, honey? I was amazed at how many people thought that was a halibut, the big fish that they caught in the net by accident.
What was it?
It was flounder.
Yeah, biggest
Flounder.
flounder I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
wonder.
I've seen halibut bigger than that one down here in the harbor, and I told Nikolai, I'm like, because it was a big laugh for him, but not for me. I'm like, halibut gets that big? He's
Yeah.
like, they
How-
get even bigger than what you're seeing, and I'm like, oh my god.
So has Nico ever caught, and I'm not trying to ask, I'm just curious, things like dolphins and whales accidentally in the nets?
They've caught a shark, but I don't know about the other two.
Oh, like, okay, example, like the hammerhead,
No,
like, the
water's too cold.
do what?
The water's too cold for hammerheads.
Yeah,
Oh,
hammerheads
it
are
is.
more
It's too
south.
cold.
They're a southern shark. What was
Oh,
I think that shark they caught was another species that's native to the Greenland waters. There's two sharks that live in the Greenland waters, and I can't think of the name of the other one. But the one that we were having some discussion about is they found a female Greenland shark. I don't know, a couple of years ago,
mhm.
and they determined her age to be 500 years.
Is she still alive?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I bet you she's gorgeous.
They're,
Oh,
and they're not so scary to look at. I mean, I did some research to see if they're
oh,
huge predators of, because some sharks prey upon other whales and stuff. This particular one, no, not really. What it does do is if a caribou or seal gets killed by whatever, or it dies of natural causes and it falls into the water, they eat it.
eat it, right. They're predator. They're not really killers like
They're more
people.
like scavengers, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, they're scavengers. Right.
But they will eat fish and things like that, of course. But I think mostly they scavenge off what they find floating around.
Isn't it sharks, the ones that when they find something dead, they will take it down and put it under something
I don't
and
know.
go back later and get it?
Terry says, I am done with it, Rita. Thank you.
I've seen a lot of people, they've complained about that block, and I'm like, oh geez, do I really want to even do this block? I don't know.
I've heard a lot of people complain with Moda Blockhead 6, and I'm like,
Yep.
it's they've really just brought up their game this year with like
They brought on their game all right, but they didn't write it so that people could understand it.
yeah, I really felt like the Chelsea Stratton block should have been larger
Yes.
because of how small. I mean, it was 2-inch blocks finished, and it was
Right.
multiple of them.
Yes.
But just they have to really think about the skill level of the people that want to attempt it, and we're all not like high-end designers and have
Yeah.
people maybe working for us that have been doing it for multiple years. I mean, yeah, we can do it if we take our time.
I mean, I threw mine together in about, I know it took me like 30 minutes, but it was the irritating part that you put these directions together, people are not going to realize A and C. Well, what are A and C that you're talking about here?
Yeah.
What is an
So-
AME?
It depends. Oh,
Because I don't know that analogy.
So E and C were the two middle, was the hourglass that was in the center. And those are two 6-inch blocks that you only
Yeah.
need half. That I'm looking at.
I was wondering, okay, let me ask you about that hourglass, Jess.
Yeah.
Why don't you take it the two, because if you're only going to use two colors, just say you're only using two colors.
Yeah.
Why don't you just do it by taking the size of the block that it's calling for, sew them face to face, sew them all the way around on that, the 1/4-inch seam all the way around it, then cut them in. You get 4 half square triangles out of that. Then you can make it into an hourglass, and there you got it. So,
but there's an easier way to do that without having to cut it so many times. And basically you make two larger half square triangles, and then you turn them and then sew them together the opposite direction. and there you get your hourglass. Of course, they're not calling it an hourglass, and that's exactly what it is an hourglass.
It is.
They called it something else.
I mean, Ollie, he pointed me out yesterday. He goes, I know you're a visual learner. And I am. And that's because he said that to me on Discord yesterday. But if I can watch a video, here, I have never read any of the instructions for motor blockheads. Not a
Right.
single one. I
Right.
look at that front sheet.
And
I
create.
cut everything. I color it all in.
Right.
I print off another one for the video. I cut everything up. I watch the video and go, okay, what steps am I going to do in order?
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I present it to you all.
Right.
I always do 2 blocks. So I do 1 block first, and then the second block is my video.
Yeah,
So
this was the first time I
Yeah.
ever said, okay, I'm gonna follow their directions. I want to see what everybody is complaining about. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. No wonder I don't do directions.
yeah, I can't with
They're
some things.
no.
Just show it to me. I'm good to go.
Mhm.
Tell me the size of the block, and I'm like, oh, okay, I got this. Because that's what I do with the quilt builder's block.
Right.
I cut the size that it needs, and then I go, okay, how am I going to put this together? I don't even look at the block tells me how to put it together, but I don't
Yeah,
never
need to
look
pick-
at it.
Yeah. That's how I'm managing the quilt maker's block. At least they have a break apart where they break the block apart. with
Yeah,
a graphic.
exactly.
When you're
Yeah.
looking at it, I'm like, oh, okay. Sometimes I discover that I might not necessarily put it together the way they show you can,
Yeah.
because I'm going to bypass one step, because
Yeah.
it's different. Like the one I did last night, that we were talking about this one, it had you doing this instead of attaching this long bar right here.
Yeah.
So you got square and square, and then you have this long bar with the end caps on it. So the book had the diagram showing that you were sewing this to this to this to this, and then you were going to sew all of this all the way around to the middle. I did it where I did the square and a square, and I went ahead and put the bar around the square and a square, and then just sewed this as a quadrant and
Yep.
attached it to the block.
That's probably what I would have done too.
To me, it was more simple to do it that way than get myself all confused because of these end caps right here. It's very easy for me to get confused.
I love cornerstones.
And I love this block because it's pretty. I was, when you look at the picture in the book, I don't know if you saw the picture from the book or not, Jess, but this is the picture everybody else was seeing. And so, and I think that's why it got voted on as being the last one, number 4. It was in
Teresa.
but look at, that's what you see.
Yeah.
So when you're like, oh, that's not so pretty. But look what come up when you do it with your own colors.
Exactly. Yeah,
It comes out phenomenal. It was very pretty blocks.
Yes. I love that. I love it how it's just, I get so many people that ask me, like, especially when I don't have it up. It's behind the patriotic quilt or doing Tasha's petal crossing. They're like, did you put that into to a computer and figure out the colors? I was like, no, I just went into my closet. I knew that I wanted a dark background because she was doing a white background. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do something different than her. And then I want autumn colors. So I just started pulling out everything that was autumn from my closet and came up with these colors. And it's just amazing how you can just pull colors together and it looks nothing like the quilt itself.
Yeah.
Just like your book. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it just takes a life of its own. Where is my cutting mat? Donde es? Okay, where are you? My word.
Hello, Katie.
Hey, Teresa. Good to
Yeah.
see you.
That's
Thank you for coming. Yeah, thank you for coming. I'm gonna have to go over and cut a strip in a minute. So
Okay.
as soon as I figure out what the length of this strip I'm supposed to be making. Big one, 2.5 by. Because I ran out of it. I need more of these. It didn't cut enough, apparently. You know what, Jess?
Yeah.
I discovered that I can't. I thought I had. I'm holding this up to the smaller other camera. I thought I had more yardage of that because I needed some more. Guess what? I don't have any.
Oh,
Like, and the only thing it's close enough to it, and I'm not sure if I can get away with it or not. I'll show it to you guys. I'm gonna put it up
yeah.
to the small camera. Hold on a minute, and I'll put this. Yeah, look at that. I don't know if I can get away with that or not.
You could if you made the box smaller.
Well, this is the size these blocks. Yeah, have to be.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Looks pretty
Um,
close.
it's close. It's close enough.
Pretty
But
close, but I don't know if anyone
it'll
can
be
see.
that last row, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be on that last row, huh?
Yeah.
And it's only like I need like 4 pieces or something. It's not even a big amount I need. Unless I might have enough, I might have extra out of this stuff. Maybe I could just sew 2 together and then go that route. I don't know.
Could you dot it within the last few blocks of the quilt so it's kind of like all over the place instead of just in like one central area?
Yeah,
Or
I
have you
probably
made these
could,
other
yeah.
blocks?
More than likely, yes.
Okay. Because if you do that, it won't be so noticeable
Yeah.
Yeah.
if you're afraid of that.
I wonder if you can really see it though once it's quilted, if it'll be noticeable.
I don't think so, because it's the same, like the shade's the same.
Yeah.
It's the
Sure if that white looked
line
brighter than
that's inside.
white.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go cut a strip. I'll be right back.
Dokie.
Hello, Rita.
Hey, Teresa Louise. Yeah,
What you gonna work on, Teresa?
or horsey.
I'm going to sew those blocks together on the snowdrift. Well,
So pretty.
Can't wait to see the finished product. I'll be right back.
and then I'll need to pick out a
Okay.
border. We did go fishing this morning, and we each caught 1 trout, but mine was so small, I let it go.
Oh,
It was a baby trout.
I was a baby.
Yes.
Luckily, I just barely hooked him on the lip,
Mm-hmm.
So I hate doing that, but I think he was going to be okay, I hope, because he
Yeah.
was definitely too small to do anything with. And the
Mhm.
fish that Brandon caught, I'll say it was about 11 inches maybe.
mm.
That
And
sounds like
when he was cleaning it out, he found a baby inside of the trout.
Oh,
I mean, it was probably 2 inches long, if that.
oh, so it had eaten another fish.
Yeah, it ate another fish. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I always use when I did go fishing, I always use the barbless hooks.
Yeah, I do too. But you
Yeah.
still got to get him off.
you
It was
do.
hooked in a way that,
You just
I had to help him. But I clean my hands really good. My hands are wet with the water
Yeah.
before I touch the fish and all that stuff. So, and then I sit there and keep it palmed in my hand, make sure it's moving around and stuff before I let it go. Not that I could do anything to help it out, but
what? No mouth to mouth?
yeah, it makes me feel better anyway. Hey, I kept an eye on that fish for a whole half hour.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been fishing forever.
that'd be crazy for all these little miniature half square triangles. Oh my God, I gotta be nuts for having these.
I love you
And
too.
we went up to one of my huckleberry picking spots, and there was nothing there. So I don't know if it's been picked. I mean, there wasn't hardly even any green ones. So
They've been picked.
yeah, I think they've been picked.
Someone beat you to it, huh?
I think so. I was
Aw.
pretty disappointed. I only found a couple, And I was like, well, this won't be worth walking the side of the mountain for.
Yeah.
Well,
You know.
I actually have I think it's a huckleberry bush that I have out in my front yard that I bought from the science station.
Oh,
And last year I kind of ignore it, don't pay much attention to it. And last year when I was outside um, watching Nora, and I was looking, I'm like, there's berries on it. So no wonder the birds like to congregate over here.
so it doesn't freeze in the wintertime?
It's a deciduous bush, so it sheds its leaves
Oh.
just like the other trees does.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, because it gets so cold in the winter. That's
No, the snow covers it up and it's safe. Snow is an
oh, that's
insulator.
true. That's true. Snow is actually warm. People don't realize snow is
Very insulated.
yeah.
Yeah, ours gets
Not like
covered
up
with
north.
snow every
Yeah,
year. So
it's not like up there where Thule Air Base is at. Uh, I don't think anything can grow up there as far as bushes. Too cold. They have ground cover stuff that grow, but that's about it. And there is blueberries everywhere here. Blueberries and crowberries.
Crowberries, is that what you just said?
Uh-huh.
I never heard of crowberries.
They're a really dark black blueberry. Um, the color of a crow.
Yeah.
Aren't those the ones that taste like a cross between a raspberry and a cherry?
I don't know. I don't really like the taste of them, but I do like the
Oh.
blueberry.
Oh,
I'm weird. There's something like I don't care to eat strawberries ever.
really?
Nope,
Do
not
you
my
eat
thing.
figs?
Yeah.
Huh?
Do you eat figs?
No. So the figs is something I don't eat. I don't eat strawberries. What else do I not eat fruit wise? I don't eat cantaloupe or dew, dew,
Honeydew.
honeydew. Yeah, I
Mm.
used to like watermelon, but not so much anymore.
Mm.
I guess because of the excessive amount we had of it growing up. I don't know. I just have lost that taste, but I never have liked cantaloupe at all.
Oh wow. I love cantaloupe.
And the other thing that I used to get disgusted watching my mom eat is she would eat grapefruit like it was going out of style. And I'm like, how can you eat that bitter fruit?
Not bitter.
It's so bitter.
Oh, you don't like okay. That's yeah. Me, I like
Yeah,
sour.
I have a thing about I don't like things that taste bitter. So that's probably why I don't like liver either, because it has a bitter taste.
Yeah.
Oh, liver has a gamey taste.
It tastes bitter to me.
I don't like liver. No, no. Mm-mm. You ain't making me eat it. I'll starve to death first.
And the interesting thing is, do you know I can't get my dog, either dog wouldn't eat liver either. Raw liver, cooked liver didn't matter. And
Oh.
that's an organ meat that I could have been feeding to Nora and Coda, but neither one of them would touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Nope. My cats, dogs, none of them like liver, which is weird, but they don't. They don't like liver.
my dogs love liver.
They won't eat it.
Hmm.
They won't eat liver or like chicken gizzards, that kind of thing. They won't eat it. They snub it. And then
I have,
then my cats try to bury it.
my goodness, I haven't seen chicken gizzards in 100 years.
Yep.
Well, since I moved to Greenland, that is. I don't know what they do with the gizzards, but they never come with inside of a chicken.
No. They probably take them out.
Yeah, they probably sell them. Maybe they're, I don't know, either they dispose of it or they sell it to someone else who uses it for
Right.
whatever.
Well, like a lot of pig farmers that they feed to the pigs. Those kind of things. Ugh, yuck.
Now, chicken liver, every so often you might see frozen chicken liver in the cold box, freezer
Right.
box at the store. But what I do see a lot of from time to time is every now and then they'll get 2 or 3 cases of chicken hearts.
Ew.
Chicken hearts are good.
But I don't buy the chicken hearts because my dog is already eating enough muscle. I don't need to add
Yeah.
that to it.
we go to like Brazilian style steakhouses around here.
Uh-huh.
And so
Uh-huh.
they'll have chicken hearts on a skewer and they'll come around. I think that's the first time I've ever had one.
Hmm.
But I can't really go to those anymore. So
Wrong kind of food.
ever since I had surgery, I just can't eat the amount that I can't justify spending $50 on a meal
That
when I
you
can't eat that much.
Yeah,
two
yeah,
bucks worth of right.
It's not worth it. I'm a very cheap date. So if anyone wants to come hang out with me and buy me dinner, it's not very expensive.
we're still gonna go do something together when I come to QuiltCon, aren't we?
Yeah, we can. Yep. I'll be around.
Trying to figure out how I want to do my trip. Nikolai's not going to go with me, so
Yeah.
I need to go to California because I want to send stuff home. But I thought, but I gotta do stuff in Florida. I gotta get my driver's license renewed. I gotta go to the Social Security office. I have to go and renew my passport.
Mhm.
Do my passport thing first since it'll take about 6 weeks to get it back.
Yeah,
And so I'm going to try getting that done in Florida, and then I can just do all my other shenanigans behind it.
absolutely.
Why
I
don't
get
you just
time, I
do
can pick it up.
expedited on your passport?
Well, it depends on how much expediting it costs these days.
Um,
It's pretty pricey.
yeah, it is a little bit because next week my daughter's going to overseas next year, and
Mhm.
um, she's going to Italy, Switzerland, France, and Germany as part of her 10-day trip for school. And so I need to go get passport for her. And I told both of them, I was like, well, if I'm gonna get one passport, I might as well just get both y'all passports so that we can, next time we go home to New York, we can just hop, skip, and a jump over to Canada and I don't have to worry about it so much.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do that sometime next week. But yeah, passports are always tricky.
I can forewarn you that De Gaulle is not fun to go through.
Mm,
That is the most. So I don't go through there anymore. One time was enough for me. They send you through their Homeland Security, and when I went through it, they wanted to know why I stayed 2 nights in Copenhagen. And I told them, I said, I always schedule myself to have 2 nights in Copenhagen because the weather in Greenland doesn't necessarily behave itself when it's time to fly. And I always have a contingency so that I don't lose my flight to the United States.
oh
The
yeah.
guy, the guy that was questioning me, he didn't believe what I told him. He asked me 4 times. And by the fourth time, I'm like, I'm over this. What the heck?
Hmm.
And they hold me off, and what they did was not pretty.
Yep.
And when I got on the airplane, when I finally got to board the plane, I was having a panic attack, which is not cool. And there was two of the airline attendants were sitting down with me, getting me to breathe, and one of them made the statement, "We have this problem all the time. Every time an American comes through this airport, some Americans get treated badly. It's a thing with that airport."
Yep.
And I just happened to be on the bad end of somebody's bad day, I guess.
Yeah. I always get stopped by TSA. Always.
You know what
Um,
gets me stopped the most is because I travel every other year instead of all the time.
like I went to California twice last year and let's see, where else did I go? Went down to Florida, but I forgot to take my watch off on 2 trips. So that um, triggered the machine. So they had to search me. And I'm like, you can clearly see that it was my wrist. why don't you just look at my wrist? But no,
Mhm.
they have to pat me down and they go, do you want to go somewhere private? I was like, no, just hurry up and get it over with. I don't care. Just do your thing. But when I left Vegas, they never searched me. Like that was the only airport I never got searched. But that was so weird.
Did you
I was ready for it.
did you see the newest thing? You will not have to take your shoes off when you go through TSA
Oh,
or
cool.
or through the security thing.
So I can wear
They're
sneakers.
lifting that rule.
Yep.
I purposely would just wear slip-on shoes so that I
I
didn't have
wore
to worry about
socks.
it.
I wore socks and I would just, I didn't care if I walked around in socks.
Yeah.
Didn't bother me. I just think it's an additional hassle, but I get why they do it.
Hi, Laura. How are you doing?
Hi, Laura.
Say, hey,
Laura.
Melena says she hopes they go fishing tomorrow. Uh, John says if you had it in a shop window and people were going by at 30 miles an hour, you wouldn't notice. But if a quilt show where people stop and stare, would notice big time. Yeah. Talking about this fabric, I think.
Yep. Yeah, he was.
Now, let me see here. Refresh my memory on this.
Yeah.
This
It's going to go over like that. Yep. Making sure I sew this on the right diagonal.
This is all housework right. Yep. 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 Yep.
How you doing, Laura? John says, I love those little mini alpine strawberries. Makes the best jam. I haven't seen. Actually, we do have a wild strawberry plant here. Come to think of it, I just kind of forgot about it. Someone got some really great pictures the other day of the rhododendron flowers that was in flower, and the rhododendron was, oh my gosh, the flowers on it are so pretty.
I bet that's beautiful.
It is. They make the indigenous pick the leaves off the plant
Hmm.
and they use in tea. They make up a Greenlandic tea herb uh, combination, and you can put it in with. You can drink it like that if you want to, or you can put it with your Earl Grey tea, and it makes it taste even tastier.
Really?
Yep.
Maybe I should try that. I have a
Well, if
bunch.
I can remember to bring some to the States next year, I'll bring 5 or 6 packages and I'll give them to you guys.
Oh, I have them growing outside my fence. They're
Oh,
all on my fence. I don't cut them back because I like how they are similar to the Joshua tree and how the things, if you don't cut them back, their things go everywhere and
Hmm.
the little limbs are very pokey. But yeah, they look like the Joshua tree. I love the Joshua tree. Other people don't, but I do.
The Joshua trees in the yucca family.
Yes, it is. And that's why I like they call it oh, I can't even remember what it's called. It's they call it a jumping cactus here. It is and what happens is if you get one of the thorns on you, um that attracts other ones, and so and you'll be covered in them before you know it.
That's not Opuntia, is it?
Say that again?
Is it an Opuntia?
No.
Because it sounds like one.
No, it is called a the actual name is um
Or is it in the prickly pear family?
it's prickly pear.
Okay, got you. because both of them are guilty of that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Terry says, when I was leaving Texas once on a 6 a.m. flight, I forgot my cell phone in my back pocket. I should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I guess that means I told them it was my phone and let me go back through without it. Nope, we had to go to a pat down.
Yeah, it's actually called the jumping cholo. Cholla.
Okay.
Chola. But I just call it jumping cactus. And
Yeah.
it hurts.
So you have experience with this cactus. This
When
is
I first moved to Arizona in
yeah.
the late 90s, I went to see they were having a jazz concert in their backyard.
Mhm.
They didn't tell me stay away from them. I had like a velvety pants on with velvety boots that went up to my knees. I walked out there, and next thing I know, I couldn't walk. I was being stabbed. I was covered in those.
Wow.
So, yeah, I couldn't walk because every time I walked, they'd stab me. No, that
Laura,
was
are you doing better? She's talking about losing 20 pounds.
oh
She just spelled it, Choya.
yeah,
Which,
it's choy hot. That's it. I never knew how to
Dang.
pronounce it. I just call it jumping cactus.
Mhm.
somebody knows some.
Choya, yeah. Yep. They're pretty. I like them. To me they look like their leaves are fuzzy, but they're not. They're pokey.
Mhm.
They look like they're fuzzy, but no, they're pokey. Yeah.
They like to pat down people with weight on them too in the airport.
Or no weight.
Yeah.
If you're too
Because
skinny, they also pat you down.
and they always say, we can take you and do this in private. And I'm like, you're not taking me anywhere. I'm staying out here where the whole world can still see you. I'm standing there.
Like, what? No.
We're not going to private. No way.
They always say that to me too.
No.
No way. Because you never know what might happen behind closed doors. Yeah, that sounds very paranoia, but
Oh, no. Something's gonna happen. I want the world to know.
yep. And if it does, then your word against theirs, you know?
Yep.
Mhm. My next flight won't be until January anyway. So road to California.
I can't
I'm-
fly.
Road trip with me coming back from road to California.
I
want to
can't.
drive.
I have to
want to
teach.
drive back.
I know. I gotta teach. So
I know you got to work, and that's the thing of it.
yeah,
I
I
want to
could.
drive by myself. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So I could bring back my stuff and ship it out from the East Coast.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Because I have 3 big boxes, I think, sitting in the closet. And I would like to take that iron I won from Fat Quarter Shop, and I can't make up my mind whether I should hang on to it and just leave it in Georgia with my son and tell him not to be taking it out of the box, or if I should, or I could give it as a giveaway. It's a very
What kind of
expensive
iron is that?
Panasonic 360
Oh, like
that I
this?
won. Yep.
Mm.
I won it.
Yeah.
Can't
They're
use
nice.
it up here without a special kind of electrical thing, and that electrical thing costs a ton of money.
Oh. Oh, for the adapters and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not, you can't use a regular adapter for irons and blow dryers, and let's see, it's the regular adapters you can't use for curling irons, blow dryers, irons, and toasters.
Yeah, I told my daughter, I was like, we're gonna have to buy you an adapter when you go across the sea because she can't live without her curling iron at the
Well,
moment.
you're gonna have to
I
pay a
said,
really
"I
high
need you for 10 days."
She could. She just doesn't want to.
Yeah, she's just so adorable with her
It might be cheaper for her to buy one over here.
Yeah, it could be. It could.
Because I melted my curling iron thinking the regular adapter worked with it. It does not. It melts it.
She's a lot like me. We're introverted people. When we're out in public, we don't talk to anybody.
How can you be
We do it.
introverted and be a teacher? I don't get it. I mean, don't you have to be somewhat?
I put an act on every day.
She puts on a different face to go through the day.
Okay, okay.
So
No, I'm an
too.
extreme extrovert, so I don't have that understanding of being in a position where you basically have to be an extrovert even though you're an introvert.
Yep.
like, if I have to go talk to somebody about things, it takes me forever to get out of my classroom to go do it,
Really?
to work
Sounds like
myself up.
me.
Because I'm
Yeah.
afraid they're gonna deny me. Like, I get worried about stuff.
So you don't like confrontation?
I don't at all. It's from my past, but no, I don't. I don't. When somebody starts like yelling at me and everything, I'll just shut down.
Oh, see, my past created
John added copy machines to that too. John
Uh,
says copy machines as well about a special adapter.
yeah.
And he also
Pretty good,
states,
huh, Allie?
you just, it would be better if they just bought a curling iron in Europe. It will save you money because that special adapter I'm talking about, it's
already
about
on there.
it's high priced.
Hey, I don't know if this is allowed on the plane or not, but go to the camping supply store
They have
and they have curling irons that you have a fluid thing. What is it? It's not liquid, it's like again, it's not propane. What do they call that?
butane.
Well, anyway, it
Is
comes
it an
with
air gas?
comes with like little cylinders and you just put those in there and
That-
then you light
That's
the
butane.
curling iron and it heats up.
Yeah, that's butane.
Can't
Yeah,
have
I don't
butane.
know if they could
Yeah,
bring
you
that.
have
I don't-
butane on an airplane.
On an
That's
airplane, yeah, you can't. Just like you can't bring a lighter on an airplane, you can't bring those kind of things.
no flammable objects.
Well, never mind then.
Except you can bring wood matches. They allow wood matches.
Well, that doesn't blow up inside of a cargo hold.
Right. You can't take the paper ones, but you can take wood ones. And I'm like,
I didn't know you couldn't take the paper ones. That's interesting.
they don't want you taking the paper. They prefer the wood. So many things. It's like everything changes day to day. It's like, seriously?
I don't smoke, so I wouldn't be aware of it.
I don't know. I can't fly, so I don't pay attention to that stuff no more.
But ever since coming on YouTube, my introvertness and my extrovertness, they're moving. So Rita, I am getting better.
Yeah, you are. I
really
watched your videos and your
Like, I'm not
you're like,
nervous to talk to people. And like, if all of these people were actually, that are in the chat were like right in front of me, I'd be nervous and everything. Like, if we were face to face and like,
Right.
we had a classroom of you guys and I was doing something, I'd be a little nervous. But because there's so many experts in the room, I mean, look at this.
there is no such thing as an expert quilt maker. And anybody that claims to, I want to
Yeah.
walk up to them and smack them.
All right, so master quilt makers. Oh, can we call them masters?
I just figured
Advanced.
right, we all have different experiences.
We
Like,
do.
as an example, there is no way, and even though I've done it, I taught soccer. My favorite kids teaching soccer was first graders. And I was their soccer coach all the way up to fifth grade. They're amazing children,
Yeah.
but I don't want to teach them in a classroom setting. Because I know some little kid told me to go blinkety blink, and my first reaction would be to knock them on their butt. But you
Yeah.
can't do
You can't physically touch them,
No.
but there are certain things that you can do.
that. Oh, yes.
Yes. And I have mastered those certain ways.
Yes.
I think. We'll see. This new group of kids that are coming up,
Uh-oh.
They think I'm all fun and games because they only see the fun Mrs. W. They don't see the other side of me yet.
They don't see your whip be hidden behind your back.
No, I really need to videotape myself someday teaching, and you be like, "Oh my word,
I
she put
told
that
you
classroom
I wanted to
together."
see it.
Are you going to have to ask the permission of the parents for that?
I would never. Well, I have videotaped my classroom multiple times, and I will set up my classroom in a way where you just see their backs and you'll be fine. I've done small group time where you just see me and you can just hear the students. Um, so I've done that multiple times too to get my teaching license. Um, and I want to get um, my national boards. So I'm going to be working on that in the next couple years.
So, what are you wanting to go different grade?
No, national boards just give you like teachers make $2 an hour. So national boards give us like a 12 to 15% bump in our salary.
You make two?
Having that certificate.
I thought you only made like 50 cents every 5 hours. That's what I thought.
That's about
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we were like daycares? And
See, to me, a teacher
yeah,
no different than a daycare center.
right.
Except most daycare centers don't have a kid for as long as a teacher has them.
Yeah. But I have kids longer than their parents see them.
Right.
And
Right.
so I'm their nurse, I'm their counselor, I'm their teacher. I mean, half the kids call me mom by accident half the time, which is fine.
As Terry says, some people know more than others, but nobody knows it just doesn't
Absolutely.
know. There's no
It's like when I say I'm a master gardener, that means that I know a lot because I've been doing it my whole life. Plus, I have a college degree, but I'm not an expert because there's always something new to learn about plants.
Oh, yeah.
mean,
There's always something to learn about all this craft, teaching, nursing, doctorate, whatever it may be. Yeah.
I wish I could take a master class in quilting. I think I would have fun with that.
I mean, I don't mention a lot of things, but I do have several degrees, and one is a computer science degree. I have a double pokey. I have a double degree in accounting and bookkeeping.
Oh, cool.
Why am I technically what is called a computer hacker? Yes, I am.
Don't be hacking me.
Yeah.
But
Everybody
it's
watch
because,
Marina.
yeah,
You
but
just
it's because of what any computer technician, they must be a computer hacker.
Yeah.
It's required. And I did it because I started my computer company, and people bring, well, can you fix my computer? First thing I'd say, is there anything on here you don't want to lose? If there is, take it someplace else because I'm not guaranteeing your data. I said,
Exactly.
and if there's anything illegal on here, you won't get it back with that illegal. I'm 100% against any pirated software.
Yeah.
No, major no.
I agree with you there. I also agree. This is something that's been a big thorn in my side because me and Nikolai got into a big argument with someone else. He wanted to rip all of our DVDs onto his computer. And I told Nikolai, I'm like, no, our money paid for that. If he wants those movies, he can go pay for those movies the same way everybody else pays for those movies.
Wow. That's pirated
And it
software.
caused a big friction between us and his friend because I wouldn't let him burn all of our movies.
That's pirated software. You get in trouble for that.
Exactly. There is a thing. It says you cannot do this, this, and this, or you will be.
Can be prosecuted. Yes.
And it's the same with music. I don't believe in ripping music off a CD and then turning around and giving it to my friends because that's breaking the law.
No, it is. I mean, I took a lot of my vinyl albums and I recorded them, but I'm the only one that has them.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Nobody can get
to the music, pay for it yourself,
Nobody can get to them. They are locked down on my computer, and I guarantee you nobody's breaking through it to get to it. That's a guarantee.
Because and I think that the law is a doable law, because if people started giving all this stuff to each other, the people who are actually busting their butts to make music and make movies and all this copyrighted stuff that they do, they would get no money off of it because people are giving it away.
I
And
mean,
that's not cool.
when that one company existed, I don't remember the name of it, but
Napster.
Napster
Yeah, I
and
remember Napster. There's a
Spotify,
big
you
debate
paid,
about that.
but
Yeah.
you paid for the music, and the creator or the artist got their money, but then
Yeah.
started sending it to their friends and their friends, and it got out of hand.
It
Yeah.
did. It did.
Because could you imagine spending hundred thousands of dollars creating a music album to sell? Because that's what you're making a living doing. You're writing music and you're singing it, or whatever type of music you're doing, and you're selling it, and then someone comes along and rips that and
Right.
gives it all away. It takes all the sales away from the person who originally created that piece of work, and that's just wrong. I realize that singers and movie people make tons of money, but still.
Yep, Terry, I did that a number of times. I told them I need the software that came with the computer, and it better be purchased.
Yep.
Because I'm wiping your computer down, and I'm not putting the software back on it if you don't have the original software, or take it to somebody else that will do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going there.
Okay, we got some more discussion in chat. Terry says, yes, when they would act out, I would say, do you know who I am that you're behaving that way? And they would get puzzled and they would clam up.
Oh,
Laura says, Terry, I understand what you're going through. We've lost fur babies and it hurts a long time. We
Uh-oh.
have to know that we love them for the best we could. Yeah, you gave them a good life. They lived the best life. That's what you have to look at it. And also, I think looking at pictures and videos of your animals helps
Yep.
ease the pain a little bit. It still makes you hurt, but because I've had to watch, when I watch videos of Coda, where Nora can hear it, because Nora starts this mournful howl because she can see him on the TV screen, and it's like, uh-oh, she still knows who this is.
Yep. Yep.
I can't smell them, but she knows.
Yeah, she knows. Terry says, yep, I would repair computers but wipe them out, and I warned them ahead of time. John says record companies used to rip off artists right in the contract. Well, yeah, there's that too, but that we can't do nothing about that. We
Right.
just need money. And he says most he knew never got any money, which that sucks.
A lot of them didn't get there.
What
When
was
they first came out with camcorders
Mhm.
for VHF, people used to go sit in the movie theaters and record the movie and then
What?
bootleg
Oh, yeah.
it that way. Yeah.
Golly,
Absolutely.
I would have never even thought of something. I guess I would make a very bad deviant because I don't think of stuff like that.
I don't either. It's like
Like when I hear it, I'm like, really?
my brain
And
doesn't.
nowadays everybody has a phone, so
They're
they go to a concert,
They're
record the
recording.
concert, and then it's all over YouTube.
Yeah, and I don't know
within-
how they're getting away with that, because I
Yeah.
thought they would ban that kind of thing.
Because it's not illegal to record.
It's illegal to be posting that person's music online without, because it's copyrighted.
It's copyrighted, yes, but as long as they're not selling it.
Mhm.
But if you're a YouTube channel owner and you're making money with videos, you are getting money from it.
Then YouTube dings you. If YouTube catches it, they will ding you, and you could lose like things like monetization all the way to
Your channel altogether, yeah.
Yeah. And so YouTube keeps an eye on it, and it's like that's why I don't want music on mine. No.
See, when I recorded when we were doing that 250-year celebration at the sports hall,
Right.
and there the choir was singing and a few other people were singing, and I videoed it and I put it up on, and I asked inside the hall if it was going to be a problem if I posted this video on YouTube, and they're like, "No, go ahead, we don't care."
You can
But I got a message from YouTube saying, um, if you want to monetize this video, you will be sharing your money with so and so who happened to be one of the writers of one of the music that was in there because it was in Greenlandic, so I don't know which song they were talking about. And
Yeah.
I left it unmonetized so I wouldn't get dinged,
right.
because that way I'm not taking away somebody else's money.
Right.
Because I don't make much off my channel. I don't make anything hardly off my channel right now.
I thought you were a millionaire off a YouTube channel.
If I was a millionaire girlfriend, this house would be paid off and we'd have another house in the United States.
Yep. And sell them. Yes, they do, Terry. And it's sad, but they do. They do. They do. So
I
we're
want to go see
Fjord.
I want to see a Broadway play,
Oh, you've never seen a Broadway play?
not in person.
I've seen Cats. I've seen
Oh, I would love to see Cat.
I've seen Cats on Broadway in New York City.
Yeah.
I'm not a
this time me and Nikolai can get to New York because if things get better, we'll see.
I'm not a musical fan, but I wanted to see a play on Broadway. And I went to New York and it happened to be there. So my friend took me, said, let's go. And it was Cats. And I was like, this is cool. Not that I liked Cats, the musical, but it was to see.
Just the experience.
Yeah, I just want to experience it once.
Yeah.
Because I experienced the college level one because I was taking, you have to have certain credit hours in for the fine arts degree.
Yes.
And they give you a list of what you can choose. And so I chose photography, theater appreciation, and public speaking because I'm shy. Y'all don't think I am, but I am. Get up in front and do a speech, and I just clam up. Can't do it.
Yep.
But now I'm getting better at it because I'm a tour guide, so it's getting easier.
Yep.
But theater appreciation, they had a drama club there on the campus, and they were doing a play on stage, and I went to that. And at first I was like, oh, this is gonna bore me to tears probably. They were doing one of the William Shakespeare one. I don't remember which one it was. It wasn't Hamlet and it wasn't Romeo and Juliet. It was something else. And I had a blast. It was so cool.
Yeah, I like Lori says, see Phantom of the Opera. I wanted to see that in New York, but I never no.
Yeah, I've seen a couple plays on Broadway.
But I've never been to a rock concert either, so there's that. I want if I thought I could handle going to a Styx or a Journey one, I probably would do it.
Yes, by earplugs.
Yeah, I will need earplugs because of the noise. If I thought that Bon Jovi was still doing tours by the time I come back, but I think he has put out that he's about to retire because of his problems with his vocal cords. He had surgery, but apparently is still a problem. So I guess he's going to step aside.
I don't know. My favorite person to watch live was Ozzy. Always will be. I liked Ozzy.
I saw he was doing his farewell thing.
Yeah, because he's got later stages of Parkinson's and Sharon's cancer came back.
My kid's grandfather, sorry, which would have been, I still call him my father-in-law, even though, my first husband's gone. He had Parkinson's and it finally, but he lived to be 92 years old.
It's finally taking him down. But yet when he does his concerts, even though he's not healthy, you cannot tell that he's sick. because he's just in, I guess, different zone. He's just different.
Yep. Nikolai's a little sad about him, because he saw that before he left, he saw about the Parkinson stuff because he likes Ozzy Osbourne. I've never been a Deep Purple fan, so
No, no Deep Purple.
too much screaming.
The one I wanted to see live was Kenny G.
Oh my God, Kenny G plays them.
He makes that
No saxo.
thing. Oh yeah, I don't, not necessarily him, but I wanted to hear him live.
Yeah, that soprano is so beautiful. My brother can play all of them.
Well, he did a couple where he did sing.
Yeah, I saw that he did. You know who I would love to see in concert that's calm and relaxed is Josh Groban.
I've seen Josh Groban a couple times. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice.
That You Lift Me Up
He has
song.
he has such a
the most
beautiful voice.
Song.
Yeah.
Katie, you need to go see, what's that guy? Gallagher.
Who?
Gallagher. His name is Gallagher.
Oh, I've never heard of this one.
You know who I'm talking about, Jess?
Gallagher.
Mm-hmm.
He puts on a show, and Teresa, she's laughing. He puts on a show.
Okay.
His show is he puts all these kinds of fruits on the stage and hits them with a hammer. And what
She's seen Josh Groban too. He puts on a good show.
Yep. It's just a funny. It's a funny.
John says he gets an incredible adrenaline rush playing guitar. You know what would be the coolest thing ever is to have Slash and I can't think of the name of the guitar player that plays with Led Zeppelin, that guy, and the guitar player from Bon Jovi, him, get all of them together and just do riffing. I would sit there just totally enthralled by all that riffing because it's so freaking beautiful.
Oh, Terry, I'm so sorry about your dog. I do understand. I just lost my service dog of 22 years not too long ago. It's been hard. Terry lost her puppy.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've had some people losing animals this year.
It was hard.
You know, my 14th year of living here is approaching next month, and Coda passed away on that same day. And it'll be a year since he's been gone when that happens. And I really do miss him. But someone said, "Aren't you going to get another big dog?" And I'm like, "No, we are not. We're just going to get something for protection inside the house."
Yeah, I posted a short of Yaya from March of this year. Even though I don't say much, she only passed like a couple months ago. So she was my actual service dog. She helped me to walk. She was trained because I'm blind, and sometimes it's worse. She was my seeing eye dog. When I lost her, I have to rely on the wall now. Because our bull mastiff, he's got no legs. I tell him go find his legs. He's big enough to do it, but he's short. His legs are short. So yeah, she was my actual service dog. She had a harness and she would guide me. And when I went, oh, now this is no. And I thought the Shar-Peis could do it, but they're too short.
Yeah.
What they do is they'll go to the wall and hit the wall and then push me back. It's like, no, you can't push me back like that. But they're puppies, so they're learning. They're just
Nora's just Nora, of course, but I noticed that she does two things. She notices things like when my pain levels are like through the roof,
To put her head.
And especially on my down my left leg, all the way to the end of my toes, sometimes is really bad. She goes and she tries to comfort by laying up against it or like licking my ankle. She
Right.
licks a certain spot on my ankle,
Yep.
and she only does it when my pain levels are like really bad.
Because
And
they sense it. They can
yeah,
sense sickness, especially somebody with diabetes. Somebody with diabetes has a like a citrus smell. A dog can smell that.
Interesting.
well, I'm not
And
diabetic, but yeah, I get what you're
but
saying.
but in pain, like when I'm hurting bad, my blonde Shar will come in here and she'll sit there and start whining at me. It's like, all right. And the white one, his thing is, well, you're in pain. Let me stick my pokey whiskers on your leg. It's like, stop. But it's their way of comforting. Get up
Yeah,
and move. Get up and move. It's their way of saying, get up and move.
she's also attentive when she knows I'm having a mental day, where I'm just having a really bad day, and she'll follow. It's like I have this shadow suddenly. Everywhere I go, she goes.
Uh-huh.
And she gets up against me even during that time frame when I'm like, because I had a bad day the other day. I realized that she noticed.
Mhm. Well,
This
Katie,
was
I'm
threatening
gonna
me.
I'm gonna jump off because I got to eat dinner before
Okay,
William's out tonight. So,
okay. Thank you for coming on.
but yeah, it was fun coming on. I got some blocks done, all squared up and ready to go for the second half of this little block that I'm doing right here. So that's exciting. I'm glad that you guys were
Nice.
help me through it. So, but I hope you guys have a wonderful night and I
Over
will
on
see
your own.
you when I see you.
Bye,
Yep.
Jen.
See you. Bye, Jess.
Bye.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Andrea says she saw the Oak Ridge Boys, Jim Stafford. I don't even know who that is, or Lori Morgan. Boxcar Willie, I've heard of him. Hey, Ace, Florida, how are you? And I think I didn't say hi to Mary G. Hi, Mary G. Well, I'm getting quite a bit of these songs so that I can start making these blocks. I just got to press them and then trim them, and then we can start making blocks out of them. I'm thinking I'm going to come up short on something, though, and I'm going to have to improvise. So, Teresa, I heard you talking about your husband caught a trout.
Yeah.
I wonder if the trout is similar to the trout we have here.
Uh, I don't know.
Do some research and see what kind of trout yours is versus ours. I think that would be interesting. So it seems like we have a few things that are similar to each other's
Mhm.
area. Nora is down here rolling on my feet, and I keep having to move her aside every time I want to use the pedal because she likes to use the pedal as her pillow.
Oh, really?
Yes, I have to move her because one time I didn't know she had her head on there, and I went to drop the foot on the machine. Her head was on it. Oh boy, that created a problem.
Yeah, I bet.
I bent the needle and jammed the machine, and that's the first time that had happened. It scared the crap out of me.
Hi, June.
Hey June, welcome, welcome. Yeah, let me anyone who has a channel, look what the bot just posted. You can post exclamation selfie to share your channel.
Well, hi,
You're welcome to do that.
Courtney. How are you doing?
Hey Courtney, it's been a while. I wonder if Oh, I know what I was going to do. And I need to get in my bot so I can put more people's channels in it. Okay, now we got to trim some blocks. We're going to have lots of half triangles to sew together to use on something else. How have you been doing, Courtney? I have this song that I used on my short this last time, the one that says "Have It's a Beautiful Day" one, and there's
Yeah.
a Greenlandic song being played. No, not on that one, but on the other one I posted, and I have that Greenlandic song in my brain now.
Yeah,
like,
there was one song that you played that I have that on CD, and I did a dance routine to that song.
oh, cool.
I can't remember the name of it, but it's kind of, oh God, I can't even hum it.
Yeah,
It's, I don't know.
I'm always trying to find something that'll work with the video, but at the same time engage people watching because I've learned, like, what's not a good use of me. Every time I use ice baby, it's like I don't get any views. It's the strangest thing.
The what?
The song Ice Baby.
Oh,
So I guess people don't like that song, maybe.
well, how do they know that it's what song you picked if they don't click on the video?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. For those of you who there was a discussion in my live last night about some people want to see more or haven't been able to see some of my Greenland videos. If you go over to my community tab, I posted a playlist for the latest one, and about every probably Monday or Tuesday I'll post another link for a playlist for the Greenland stuff. For those of you that don't want to try to find my Greenland stuff, I realized that I have so many playlists now. I'm almost at that 500 video mark, which is shocking to me. And I'll start posting them so you can find them easier. Hopefully that'll help because there was a couple comments that we would like to see some of your thing, but we can't find them. Courtney says hubby passed his work test. Congratulations. She says she's doing okay, but went on a cruise, then had to go with hubby for his work trip. What kind of cruise did you go on? Hey, Linda Denton. How are you?
Hey, Linda.
We're coming along with these pieces. Gonna have to set it to iron. I wish I could move my iron over here. I have to think of something. All right, got all those trimmed up. Okay. Now all we got to do is get all these opened.
Did Rita leave too?
It looks like she
Oh,
got back. Oh, I didn't know she was leaving.
I didn't either.
She was
Bye,
leaving?
Rita.
Unless she got lost internet connection or something. That's why it got quiet all of a sudden. Courtney says, also, hubby and I celebrated your 10th anniversary. Congratulations. Me and Nico will be celebrating our 15th in January. Can't believe we've been married 15 years. It's crazy. Time goes by so fast, fast, fast. I told him that if we can make it to our 20th, then I'll have spent as much time with him as I spent with my first one.
Oh, Courtney celebrated her 10th one yesterday. Congratulations.
Congrats, congrats. Laura's asking you how your hubby is doing.
He's feeling better. Yeah, and he caught the fish this morning when we went fishing. So I caught one too, but it wasn't big enough to keep. So we might go back out this afternoon.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
How far do you have to go to fish?
Oh, not very far. About less than 5 miles, I think it is.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. It's not far.
It's time for me to buy a fishing pole, I think. Told Nicola when we went out this last time with Torben and Ellie, and he always brings his, and he had a smaller one, and that one's right up the smaller reel and rod is not too heavy like the bigger one is. And I'm like, it's time for me to find my own fishing pole. So,
Yeah,
if I want to go out to the lake and play around, I can,
right. The reel on my pole wasn't working right. So I just kind of stopped fishing,
Yeah.
And so when we got home, we put a different reel on there. So I should be all set now.
Those cod that we were catching, they were aggressive. You know how we went through, thank you, Gail. I appreciate that. We went through 6 of those gear hook systems that you use to catch big fish with because they were so big, the cod, and they were so aggressive. They just jerked it off, broke the line.
Wow.
So technically, if I caught 4, but if the 2 I lost, I would have caught 6, and Nikolai lost 3, so he would have ended up with 5. But what creeped me out the most though is that fish coming up there and looking at me. It was so funny. I was like, honey, look what he's doing. He says, I see him. I said,
So do you have a limit that?
No.
No limit?
I'm not now Torben, if I catch one that's a certain size that's he considers small, which I still think is kind of big, he'll make me throw it back in the water. He says, put that back in the water. You cannot have that one. I'm like, why? Because it's still a baby. It doesn't look like a baby, but yeah. No, because most Greenlanders, or all Greenlanders actually, Greenlanders, when they go fishing, they take what they need and that's it. They very seldom do you hear about a game warden busting someone for overfishing because no one does it. Because they have this deep drilled in their DNA thing about don't piss Mother Nature off. Or Mother of the Sea.
Do you process those fish yourself or is there somebody else that does it for you?
No, we did it. Nikolai gutted it on the boat and we gave the insides to the birds, which were flying over us, and an eagle. There was an eagle watching us too because he's like, ooh, free meal.
Oh.
Greenlandic eagle. And so we tossed it all back into the water so that nature could do its thing. And then when we got home, we finished processing the rest of it. I thought that Nora would eat the tail off of them. She's like, no, I'm not eating that tail. So I don't know what it was about. Just give me the meat. I don't want the tail. It was my first time seeing what cod liver looks like. That was crazy. I didn't know it was that. It's like an off pinkish whitish color, the liver.
Oh yeah.
And several of the fish we caught that day had a whole big bag full of eggs in them. And the
Oh,
birds were fighting over the eggs because we didn't breach the sack. And so they were trying to get them, and they were literally going berserko over them.
yeah. I hate catching a fish that has eggs in it.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen them with eggs in it, and I think it's because we went out earlier than usual. Usually we go in July, not June. Well, he goes out in June, but Nikolai was home, and we planned it so we could go out when he was home. And then when he comes home in August, we're going back out in August, and we're going to go to Nanotalik. And when we go to Nanotalik, we're going to go to see the forest, and then we're supposed to be going to the hot springs, I think, as well. And we're going salmon fishing, so we're going to chunk all of that into one weekend.
Wow.
So I think what he plans on doing is we're going to lay the net on our way to Nanotalik, and then when we get done with Nanotalik, we'll go back and drop anchor there, and then take or process what we've caught, and then put the net back down again, and then maybe cruise on over to the hot spring, because the hot spring's like a hop jump in it, just like around the corner, kind of like it's like 15 minutes by boat from where we do our salmon fishing. And I want to try to squeeze in a hike over there too, so I can get some video.
Looks like we all need to say some prayers for Texas again. They're under another flash flood warning tonight.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Gail.
Hi, Gail. Whew, this iron is very hot. Angry, I will add those in the path of our prayer chain. Nikolai's supposed to go into port tomorrow. Hopefully that
Nikolai,
happens.
what?
Going into port tomorrow.
Oh,
They're going to unload their load. And tomorrow is Blaze's birthday. He turns 9 years old tomorrow. Hello, Zaza.
hey, Zaza.
He has changed so much in the last year, Teresa. He's doing so good.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yep. He's definitely not that same kid that he was a year ago. And they figured out how to manage his medicine so that he doesn't have drop-offs at school. They just, when he gets to school in the morning, they give him his medicine then. And then it lasts the whole school hour day. And then, the rest of the time he's no drugs at all.
Huh. I didn't realize the school was allowed to do that.
Well, the nurse can.
Oh,
As an asthmatic, I couldn't, back when I was in school and my mother gave me a Primatine inhaler, you weren't allowed to tote that around with you. You had to turn it into the nurse, and then when you needed help, you'd go up there and get a shot off of it.
Well, that's stupid.
Yep. And then when my kids were all in school, you know, I had two that needed inhalers. They would have to go to the nurse to get to use it.
Make you walk all the way down to the nurse's
Yep.
office to get your inhaler?
Yep. Because it's a prescription drug. Or it's a drug, period.
I got to carry mine around, or
Florida's weird about that kind of thing. And with Blaze, the medicine he's taking is a controlled substance. So definitely he shouldn't be toting it around.
right. But that's something you ingest, and
Yeah. Yeah.
that's kind of different than having a emergency breathing
Yeah.
problem.
I'm not sure if Thomas has an inhaler up at the school because Blaze's asthma is not real bad, or hasn't. In fact, he hasn't had hardly any asthma trouble, so he might be okay now. I don't know. I'm glad none of my kids have my asthma because my asthma is crazy.
I used to have asthma pretty bad when I was a kid, but now it's more like allergy asthma. So when, all the pollen is out,
I
that's
definitely think that half of mine is environmental and the other half is something else. Courtney says, Katie, my new machine stitch is broken and I didn't know it till this past Monday and now it's in the shop because which machine is it, Courtney? And that really sucks. Andrea says she's going to go take care of the rabbits before it starts raining. If you're still here when I get back, I will see you. Okay. If not, be blessed, less stressed, and pet some fabric. See you when you get back, Andrea. What time is it? Oh, we're good. All right, now I need to see how many of these I'm going to be using for the first block. Let's do one block at a time. That's what we'll do. Or let's see how many blocks I can actually make out of this. Because I know I'm probably going to end up having to cut some more fabric, I think. All right, let's get these reds in the red department and the yellows in the yellow.
run out of bobbin. Oh, I was air sewing.
Yeah, I've been waiting for my bobbin to run out because I think I'm gonna have to make new bobbins when it does.
Well, I guess I didn't run out of. That's weird.
Okay, where did my little? Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. I needed a sample.
My mind.
My samples. Okay. I said I was gonna need 2 more reds, so let's set that up first. Okay. It is so hot in this house. I am sweating bullets right now. Want to go open all the windows, but I don't want mosquitoes chewing on me for the night. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this out so you can see how I'm going to build this because this is one of those partial seam blocks. Okay, we need 2 more of these reds, so I got to make 2 of these. Da, da. gonna be a bit messy. All right. Okay, so that's 2 and that's 2, which will make one big block. And I only need one big block, I think. Let me make sure before I make a decision here. Yep. All right. All right. So I'm going to do the red side, this red set first. That way I can get it done, and then we'll start on the yellow set because I'm doing 2 different colors on this Magnolia. Okay. Katie, we can't see your desk. Uh-oh, the camera's off.
Huh?
My camera's off again. I don't know why this phone keeps doing this. Let's switch phones. Hang on, y'all. Let me get it back up. I didn't know the camera had gone down, but now I see it has. Messenger.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realize it either. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't notice it because I was looking at my desk. All right. Watch y'all's ears. All right. Come on. Go horizontal. There we go. Hello? I'm just making sure I don't have no.
Hey, my rows are sewed together or I'm ready to sew my rows together, I should say.
That is going to be one pretty quilt top. Do you know what you're going to put on the back of it yet?
No. Mm-mm. No, I got to pick out maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go over there and look at some fabric for the borders while my iron is heating up.
Oh, wow. Courtney says that she got a Bernina 475 for Mother's Day from her husband and kids, and she had just pulled it out of the box and discovered it wasn't working. Wow, that's crazy. All right, time to change feet. I'm excited to see how it all turns out when you get it all put together, Teresa.
Pardon?
I'm excited to see how it turns out when you get it all sewn together.
Yeah. I said, how long are you going to be on?
For a little while. It's only 10 o'clock here, so I'm not ready to get off yet.
Okay.
Are you wanting to get off?
No,
Okay, yeah,
no, I'm going to finish sewing this together, at least the middle, the inside.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then
We're
I'll
gonna be here for.
cut my borders. I didn't feel like working on the horse.
What color are you gonna be your border
I haven't decided yet. I got to go over there and look in my fabrics. I think I read that I only needed a yard. Yeah, 1 yard for the border. I need 3¼ yards for the back. Ooh, I might have a 5 yard cut of something over there that would work for the border and the back.
in? That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I'll kind of look. I was thinking something in blue, but really depends on what I have.
Where's this partial seam supposed to go to? Oh, just over there. Okay. Okay, let me make me a little space here. So this one, this particular pattern, when we're making the block, you have a partial seam on it. So it'll get sewn up at the end. I just want to make sure that I have this one piece right here flat. Okay, now we're going to put the top on it. I really like this pattern. It's just a little, it's I don't think it's tedious. I think it's just a lot of snowballing that's not as fun. Courtney said that the circuit board on her machine was broken. And if a brand new machine coming out of the box shouldn't be faulty at all. They should be giving her a brand new, a fresh new box. But that's just my opinion. June says, time for supper. See y'all later. See you later, June. Thank you for coming.
Bye.
Teresa, you did see that email about next weekend, right?
Probably.
About the 12-hour live.
Oh yeah, to like pop on whenever you have time or
Yeah.
whenever you want to?
Yeah, it's an open door thing. You come when you want. And when you come on, then you can, I want y'all to, each person that's a creator to come on and talk about their channel. And they can stay as long as they want, or they can just jump on, jump back off again. I don't care. But I want to pay it forward,
Yeah.
because everybody has helped my channel. Or a lot of people have anyway. 4,000 of them. All right. Let me make sure I got this right. Yep. Laura says, I told my husband I'm like a cat. I had 9 lives. I had health issues in the past. I keep a positive attitude, and I think that helps. Yep. And fighting, keep fighting. Don't give in. Night, Katie and Teresa and everyone. Cindy Surratt, Courtney, see you later. Take care of yourself.
Bye.
I've been thinking about what I want to do for a border. What do you think about, um, Teresa? You know how I have this yellow and red popping in here? I was thinking maybe I could make I don't know how far or what length of each color I should do, but what about taking and making a border where it shows just the red and the yellow as a border? Do you think that that would work?
Yeah.
Or should I just do the solid navy blue and be done with it?
Um, I don't know if I would do red and yellow.
Or
Like you were
maybe,
thinking 2 borders?
yeah, I could do 2 borders and do them like what, 1.5 inches apart or something, or 1.5 inch or 2 inch, something like
Or
that.
what about doing one in one of the colors and then doing the binding in the other color?
Yeah, you could do that too. That would make sense. Yeah, and then you see that, yeah, that would work.
That might look kind of cool.
Yeah. Or you could do like two sides of this with one color and the other 2 sides with the other color.
Yeah.
But I like that idea about doing one color as a border and then using the other color as the binding. That would work, definitely.
That way they're not the same size,
Yeah, yeah.
And I know how much you like color, so I think that would really pop for you.
Yep. Yeah, can't help myself. It's got to have color. I have I think you've seen this maybe, but let me go get it. This was supposed to be a grays and whites quilt. It's just a small quilt top, and I'm going to quilt it. I think I'm going to figure out what I want for the backing on it. But I just had to stick color in it, and you'll see what I mean. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get it.
Okay.
And you'll probably recognize the pattern because it's from a Sew Sampler box.
Oh, yeah? Hi, Susan. Katie will be right back. She just stepped away for a second.
Do you recognize this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Only the pattern
Cool.
for I decided to put that red around it because I don't know. I think it made it look great.
Yeah. Gave it that pop of color. You're funny.
I'm like, I wonder how many people say, "Why did you do that?" Because I could.
Right?
Hey Susan, how you doing? I'm doing all right, Susan. What about yourself? I'm having a better day today. I
You
still
changed
want to.
you changed the color of her name and yeah, her S.
Who did?
Susan.
Oh, I see it's orange instead of what had it been being yellow or something?
Oh, I see green.
So it must be different for whoever's looking at it because I see orange.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
She says not too bad. Have you been sewing a lot?
I wonder if one of us is colorblind.
I'm not colorblind. It could be just that we're on different machines. Like
Yeah.
I have my browser set to dark mode because white hurts my eyes. So it could be
Uh,
that yeah, that might have something to do with it. Zaza
that,
said green.
yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah.
Maybe something to do. Well, I'm also I do this on Aves's browser, so maybe the browser is displaying it different.
Could be.
Susan, have I ever done an interview with you? I don't think that I have.
I don't think you have.
I think I need to hit her up and do a podcast with her. What do you think
You
about
haven't
that?
you haven't done one with me either.
No, and I need to do that. I realized that I remember we had this discussion the other day that I have not done you for why? I guess because at the time when I was doing so many of them, you were busy, I think. And then I kind of just forgot to go come back and pursue the subject. But I need new podcasters. And everybody likes them. No comment, huh?
Yeah, I would do it. I told you I would.
Yeah, and
I was I was reading the chat, so sorry.
okay. Um oh, we still got one more side to do on here. I thought I finished it. No, I didn't. Um and I started putting in a mini trunk show right in the middle of the interview. So that means you get to show off some of your wares and you can show off as many as you want. I have no limit on how many you show.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun.
And I think that's what's made it such a big hit because people are enjoying the trunk show that comes with it.
Right,
Because you get to show what you do.
right.
And I do it right in the middle of the interview. That way, and we stop asking questions and I spotlight you and say, "Tell us about your stuff." Susan says, "Ah, it disappeared before I can read it." Welcome back, Andrea. Repeat what you were going to say, Susan.
Oh, now she's back on her main computer. Now her name looks different. Gotcha. She was
Ah,
signed on somewhere else.
is your email address over on your main YouTube page, Susan? I'll email you and we'll see if we can't get you on the books. Same with you, Teresa. Gotta have some more interviewees. I love talking. Um, okay, I'm gonna post my email on the channel. Email. Um, I think this is the yeah, I just posted my email. Can you email me and say, hi, here I am? And then I'll email you with information on what we can set up for doing a pre-recorded interview. Sorry, puppy keeps interfering with my typing. It's okay. All right, we'll get this one. All right, I'm gonna go press this real quick.
Okie dokie.
All right, now here comes the fun part. Ow. Let's get this partial seam closed up. Moxie May, behave yourself and let mama type, says Andrea. Maybe that's why I haven't emailed you, is because I couldn't find your email, Susan, because I sometimes when I'm looking for a new candidate, I'll go to their YouTube channel looking for an email. But sometimes when I send emails, they don't get answered either. So Susan says, oh, you know that won't happen, Andrea. I've been waiting for a certain you know who to tell me she needs the OUT. All right, let's get you back up underneath this needle. I want to get Zaza on an interview. I'm putting her on the spot. I would like to interview Zaza because she lives in Scotland, and that's a whole different can of worms right there. Andrea says you didn't ask the right people. I have her email address, and I'm pretty sure Teresa does too. Do you?
Have Susan's email?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Well, now I'll have to be asking you guys.
My laptop just went,
Just shut off?
yeah, the screen went black, but now it's starting to come back on.
It was going into
Barely.
sleep mode.
Yeah, I really need to get a new laptop.
Look, there's one done. Now I need one more of this color.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty. I don't mind this partial seam that you do. It's not that hard. The first couple times when I was doing it, I was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. But now it's like nothing. It's no big deal. And I wish the camera would actually show the actual color of that blue, because it looks black on the camera. It's not black. Zaza, it is definitely a trip we're planning. What trip? I missed something. What did I miss? All right. Now let's get this.
Okay. Where was I?
Do you have a quota on how many trout you're allowed to catch where you live at?
It depends on what river you're on. So it can be anywhere from 2 a day or 6 a day.
Well, two won't even feed a family
It's not many.
unless you catch organic ones. They're probably doing that because it got overfished,
Yeah.
and that's a problem. Now, it wasn't last 2 summers ago, I think it was. It was either 2 summers ago. Let me think. Last year. Yeah, 2 summers ago. They issued a I don't know what you call it when the government tells you can't do that, you have to limit what you're doing. And the comment or the post was, please do not bring, or please do not catch more than such and such amount of fish for cod and salmon. I think it was mainly salmon, but cod was in there too. And the reason wasn't because there was something wrong with the population. There was scientists coming in to study the population itself, and they didn't want all of it, quite a bit of it being fished before they had a chance to gauge like different ages of the fish, the sizes of them. So everybody, caught what they needed, but they didn't go back out a second trip, more or less is what they didn't do. And so last summer, some of the cod that they've caught and some of the salmon, Teresa, was this long. They were
Wow.
huge because they didn't get fished the summer before.
Yeah.
One of the fish I caught was that big. I traded Corbin for a smaller one. I really didn't want to eat her. I said, you can have him. I'll trade you. And he just looks at me like, I don't get it, but okay. Quota. Zaza, do they have a fishing quota in Scotland as well? Or do you know? Okay, no, I don't. Let's turn you back the other way. Now we need the red. Thank you, Susan. I'll email you back after the live. Oh, she said she will watch on another computer in the house. Sparky just needs his snack. Okay. Thank you for coming in too. Hey, Susan, oh, darn it. Susan, if you're still here, type exclamation selfie to share your channel, please. Zaza says, Laura, there are only set rivers you can fish salmon and you need a license. Often they are caught and released, but certain fish have quotas. Yeah, I was thinking that was supposed to be about my question. I bet y'all didn't know that a lot of the salmon we have here, they originated from the United States turns loose the little baby-sized salmons. Every year, I don't know how many thousands of them they set free. But I guess they raise in a farm or something, and a lot of them end up over here. But they don't try going back to the United States. They just do their thing over here. It's one of the things that scientists have
So we're
discovered.
helping feed you guys.
No. But I think it's interesting that such tiny fish made it all the way over here.
Yeah. And so their tracking
Yeah,
is
they've been
off
able.
now. They don't know where to go. So
Yeah. They're not like the sockeye that you see in Alaska that travels up, to do their thing. That
right.
all wildlife sits up at the top waiting for, along with human beings. And I'm thinking, y'all are crazy being out there with them bears.
Yeah, I think we have to get a special tag for salmon. And then there's like 2 a day or something like that.
Yeah. No, Zaza, they don't. They stay here and spawn.
And so all their babies go back to you guys too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Interesting. It's something about, I think it's something to do with maybe there's predators here that of course feed on them, but maybe not having to cross the ocean to go back from where they come from is different. I don't know. I just know that when I learned that, I'm like, wow.
Maybe the parents were originally from there.
Probably because they're northern Atlantic salmon. That's what they're called. And so maybe that, because the steering currents of the Atlantic is different. It if you go in on Google and say, put in there, show me the Atlantic. Let's see, what is it called? Because the Atlantic has this steering current that happens, and so and it travels when it travels north, it comes around Greenland, it goes way up north, and then it comes back down, and then it comes around like this and to like midways of Greenland, and then it curves back and goes back down again. And I think that has a lot to do with how migratory stuff happens. Do they return to? Oh, I already read that one. Okay. Boy, which way do I want that one to go? Let's make this go this way. This white fabric, my goodness, does it ravel like crazy.
Yeah, it's
So
some
annoying.
fabrics like that.
Got threads everywhere. Okay, get this side done. Which way do I got this turned? Now I'm going to take this over to the iron and press it. All right, now I have 4, which is going to be that center of that row. And I'm going to go ahead and sew the block to make the bigger block, but I need to make sure that when I set this up, and I need a design board too, because we're going to have to make sure I set this in the right way. Okay, let's put this up here. Okay. All right. Last time I didn't pay attention. I ended up having to rip 3 blocks apart, and then which was an entire row because I didn't set my blocks properly. So I want to make sure I don't repeat that same thing. Okay, so we need this to be here. Okay. Yeah. So just gonna go like this. Okay.
Mm.
So it takes 4 blocks to make one big one like that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and sew them.
Okay.
Zaza says, I hate when fabric frays a lot. Yeah, this white background I'm using is very fray prone. And I don't remember who it's by. It kind of looks like Lori Holt fabric, maybe. I don't know. I don't have the selvage because I cut this stuff a long time ago. But it's definitely got lots on it. It's making a hot mess out of it. I need to make sure that this is. Do, 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 do. I want to sing that Greenlandic song, but I can't sing it because I don't know the lyrics. Because it means
Oh.
learning the Greenlandic lyrics, and the song is so beautiful to listen to. But the song is about nature.
Oh, I'm tired. I should not have gotten up at 3:30
You mean 3:30 this afternoon, or in the afternoon, or in the morning?
in the morning.
Woo! You getting tired?
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
You didn't take a nap today, did you?
No. Not just tired, but that exhausted feeling, you know?
Yeah, that you feel in your shoulders and in your back and in your legs. But it also might be because you went and got fresh air today.
Could be.
And because sometimes when I come back, I'm all energized, but at the same time, my body's like, okay, now it's time to just chill out and go to sleep because it was such a great day. You know what I've been thinking about? I wish I could figure out how to get myself up at 8 a.m. or 9, well, 9 a.m. every morning and then take the dog for a walk, do some productive things the first half of the day, and then about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, take a 1 hour or 2 hour nap, and then get productive again, like for my sewing and stuff, and see if my sleeping habits won't improve, but I doubt it. I have had this problem for so long.
Well, wouldn't hurt to try.
No, I learned how not to sleep because of my son.
They say to go to bed at the same time every night.
Now, getting me in bed at a decent hour at night probably is the hardest part because I just can't go to sleep. Unless I'm really, really tired. I'm just wondering if that little experiment wouldn't help. Just to see if I could manage to do it. All right, let's get this up through the machine. Oh, you getting stuck on that seam, are you? Okay. We got 2 of these done.
Laura says, I starch almost everything. It helps reduce the fraying, but I have noticed some fabrics just fray more than others. Yeah, that's true. Then she says, I'm usually in bed by 10, but I'm up about 5 a.m. I do generally take a afternoon nap.
I can't starch though, Laura. Even if I had access to starch, I still couldn't starch. Too risky for my lungs. Because I don't have 100% capacity like healthy lungs do. Mine's 65% right now, which is very bad. I'm going to press these seams open on this part because they're thick. Okay, let's go over here and do that. Okay. All right. Now we can go ahead and sew this whole thing together. How do you soak your fabric? Do you spray it? Because if you spray it, you're getting it in your lungs.
Oh, uh, she soaks her fabric and then hangs it to dry.
I know, but how is she soaking it? Is she soaking it in a bucket or is she spraying it soaked? Because if she's
Uh,
spraying it, inhaling it.
I don't think she's spraying it. I don't know. We'll see what she says.
Yep. She makes her own liquid starch.
I
Okay.
would do it in the bathtub.
I think I would be doing it outside. We don't have a bathtub though, so we just have a shower. Not too many houses here in Greenland have tubs.
She says she doesn't spray anything. She
Okay.
makes her own liquid starch.
She must be doing it in a container then, where she just drops it in there. That's interesting. After you get a whole quilt finished that's been spray starched, do you go ahead and wash it so you can get the starch off of it?
Not until it's quilted.
That's what I mean, after you've quilted it.
Yeah, I always wash it after I quilt it.
Okay.
And the binding's on, you know.
Yeah, that's what I mean, a completely finished quilt.
Yeah, oh yeah, I always wash it afterwards.
Because I was wondering, for especially for the starch people.
Even if I'm giving it away, you know, I wash it. Because,
Um,
I've had my hands all over it. It's got
yeah,
to be, it's got to be somewhat dirty, even though I try hard, you know,
I was
to
wondering about Abby's quilt when you finish it, if it needed to be washed before it was sent or not.
what what?
I was wondering when you get Abby's quilt, from Sherry, when I
Oh,
sent the Tula one, I was wondering if
yeah.
it was going to need to be washed before it was sent or leave it like it is.
Well, that's up to you. Uh, and it depends how big it is, whether I can wash it or not.
It's supposed to be, because I'm gonna have to tell my daughter, don't be washing it in hot water and don't stick it in a hot dryer. Um,
Oh, didn't you say it was like 88 by 88 or something like that?
like that, yeah. I'm looking for the book. I kind of don't know where it's at. I have too many things sitting out right now, too many projects on top of projects. Anyway, it's not, I think it's not, I don't believe it's a queen size. It's more like a
Yeah,
double size, I think. Like a
yeah, I'm
full,
pretty sure you told me it was like, I thought
yeah,
that's what you said.
yeah, it's not, it definitely not a queen size. Because a queen size is like 100 and something by something.
Yeah, which I don't get because the quilt I have on mine, the red and white one,
Mhm.
it's 96 by 96, I think,
Uh-huh.
before I washed it. So it's probably 93. And it, there's enough that goes all the way over and on the sides and the front and the back. So I think it's just what you like.
Yep.
And I like a quilt that hangs over because my husband pulls the quilt
Yeah.
at night, and then I end up with no blankets on, nothing. I have a sheet if I'm lucky. Laura said she always washes the quilts after it's quilted. Yep. And if they're like that one that's 96, that will not fit in my machine, so I have to take it to the laundromat.
Okay. And I might just have to tell Kristen to wash it. Kristen has a big front loading machine, so I just have to
Oh,
be very please, 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 cold water only, and then use the delicate cycle on that darn dryer. Don't put it in high heat.
I always mine I do on warm water, and then I have like medium heat, I guess.
Yeah.
But Yvette, she always washed her quilts in hot water. Always.
Really?
Yeah.
I would never wash one in hot water, especially.
And she always put it on high heat in the dryer. And she said if anything was gonna shrink or go wrong, she wanted it to happen at her house.
Yeah, that makes sense. When I get my sugary dew finished, I'm going to I'll probably bring it back to the States with me so I can wash it in a big wash machine. I mean, I have a front loader in there, but I don't think that's big enough for that because that whole thing is petites, and I want to make sure there's space in the wash machine where it can run, wash loosely.
Yeah.
Me use cold water on it, make sure it don't bleed. Probably put vinegar in there to help with that.
You don't want to put vinegar with batiks.
Huh?
I heard you don't want to put vinegar on batiks.
Well, I don't want to put color catchers because that will rip the color out. I didn't know that vinegar was a problem for it.
That's what I heard, but I don't know. I've never experimented with it, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's something worth looking into, that's for sure. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that whatever, because I'm not. Oh no. Look, y'all. See what happened?
Oh no. Were
I
you
lost.
air sewing?
I was air sewing. That's why it sounded different, darn it.
I did that earlier too.
Now I have to repin it. I definitely need to take time to wind bobbins this week because this is getting alarming now. I had wound up a bunch of them, and then and I don't know why sometimes I get in a fight when a bobbin gets a little bit low, it acts weird. But I think it's just mostly I need to clean the machine when it's acting like that. So I pull out and put a fresh one in there. So now I'm going to sit here and try to finish using some of these pieces of one, so I
Yeah.
don't have to unwind it completely. All right, let's repin this again. All right. Susan says, I do that a lot, Katie. Zaza says, Teresa, I learned to sleep holding onto the covers because my husband does the same. See, me and Nikolai have our own blankets. So we don't have, and half the time I don't even sleep under a blanket at all.
Yeah, that's part of the problem is I kick it off and then he ends up with it. And so it's not all his fault, you know. Because I just get too high at night.
Yeah.
Hot sleeper. I like the window open, the cold air, with the fan on. And he wants the heating blanket on because I'm freezing him to death.
The heating blanket. Oh my gosh. I don't even think I could sleep under one of those anymore. Although when we're sleeping on the boat, I sure wish we had one. I get cold on the boat for some weird reason. I end up getting up against Nikolai. Uh, I'm cold. Can you help warm me up again? He's like, if you keep the covers on you, you would be cold. It's like, being menopause or post-menopausal or whatever you want to call it, I still have those sweaty things going on.
Yeah.
The
Never
boat
ends.
was warmer this go around, so I don't know. Torben might have did something different with the boat this time. Because I mentioned that I was cold the last time, and because he shuts at nighttime when we go to bed. Um, so I don't know exactly how all of the boat works, but it has a second. For one thing, it has two engines in the boat, and but then it has some kind of generator system on it. And when you're stationary, that generator part runs all the electrical in the boat, and it runs some part of the engine to keep the juice from being lost. But at nighttime, he shuts that generator down, and it'll still run the heat and the water and stuff in the boat. But if you want to like charge your cell phone or something, that part of the system is not on. So sometimes I get cold. But he's got it set so that if it drops below 15 degrees Celsius, it kicks on the heating. Zaza says, I love a warm bed, but a cold room. I sleep with the window open. I didn't used to do that in Florida. All right, I think we got this one block done. There's so many threads on here. Oh my God, look at all of it. There's dozens of raveling. Okay. I'm gonna go press it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, part is done.
All right, are you ready to show it off? Let me spotlight you.
It doesn't have the borders on it yet, but
Oh, that's okay. Wow, that is gorgeous. Look at that. Hey, wow. Let him look at it a little bit longer. It looks good. Very good.
thank you.
So
So
now,
now I need to figure out what color I want border to be. Light or dark?
you can make it like a picture frame.
Yeah.
Let's ask the y'all, what do y'all think? What color do you think she should go with, a light border or a dark border? What say you?
Also want to know if I should do light blue, dark blue, or should I do a salmon color?
Salmon's a nice color. They're saying the quilt is beautiful.
Thank you, you guys.
What y'all what do y'all think about what she was asking about the border? What's your opinion? We would like to hear it.
Inquiring minds would like to know.
You remember when that was a show? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
All right.
Remember the commercial, Calgon, Take Me Away?
Now,
Do they even have Calgon anymore?
I don't know. That's a really good question.
That got to be a pretty popular saying.
Yeah. Tag on, take me away.
Yeah.
Andrea says white inner border and darkest color next.
Yeah, it's going to have a white inner border. But I'm trying to decide if I want the dark blue navy color, like this block, or do I want a light blue color like this block? Or do I want a pinkish kind of border like that block?
Okay.
Let's see,
Linda
we got
says blue. Helen says, hey, we should make a, how many colors are you wanting to pick from?
3.
Okay, hang on a minute. You can help me do this. I'm gonna make a poll. The question is, what color should I use for the border, right?
Yeah. You know what? I think the answer is whatever I have in my stash.
Yeah. So we have dark blue. You said salmon. I heard that. What was the other color?
Light blue.
Light blue. Okay.
Light blue, dark, Or I could do this also has a green in it. I could do
Okay.
a green. Here's a
All right.
green.
Okay. Y'all hop on that poll. Let's see what they say.
Okay.
Might be easier getting answers that way.
I am going to do the white inner border. And then, so this border will be, the outer border will be like 4.5 inches
Okay.
if I have enough fabric. So please do the poll there for me. That way I don't have to write it all down. And I will go look and see what I have. And let's see. We've gotten 10 votes so far.
Yep. How many people are watching? Let me go look. I know there's more than 10 people watching.
Yeah, there's 36 watching right now.
Now, so all of y'all are watching, please give us an opinion on the poll.
Your vote counts.
Oh, yeah, that's. I can't vote though. Well, yes, I can. I know how to go vote. Hang on a minute. I'll just go on another browser. That's how I'll vote. So I'll put my vote in.
Okay.
All right. Just watch your ears because I'm gonna have to mute it real fast. Or I could have jumped on. Oh, look, I can see me live on here. That's so funny. Let's mute this before we hear backlash. Okay, now it's muted. And I know what I'm voting for. I have just voted.
Thank you. Thank you for your voting, people.
So far, we have 16 votes. Come on, y'all. I know there's more here.
16 votes.
Yeah, let's get that vote up some more. Why can't I not? Oh, there's my mouse. I'm like, I can't see my mouse all of a sudden.
Drum roll.
Da-dum, da-dum. It's still, it's 11:20 in the evening and it's still 50 degrees outside.
Is that cold?
No, it's weird how the temperature stays that when we have the warmer months, the temperature will stay the same even after it gets late in the early morning hours. It doesn't drop like what you see doing in, other places.
What's the warmest it gets during the day?
I've seen it at 75 degrees.
Is 50 degrees normal?
Yeah, I think
know.
so. Yeah, normal. Yeah, between 50 and 58 degrees maybe. But one summer we saw it hit 75 and that was shocking because when you walked out the door, you're like, oh, holy crap, it's hot out here.
Yeah, and that's so funny because we get down to like 45 or so at night.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's cold,
45 feels like a sauna to me. It's weird how I've adapted to all this, but we don't have humidity either. So, well, we do, but not like what I had in Florida. Because
I bet when you come back to the States, you're just like dying with the heat and stuff, aren't you?
well, when I was in Florida, there was a couple of times this because I was in Florida part of February, well, the back end of February and most of March in and out anyway. And it wasn't bad. I mean, it was springtime there, so there was only 2 or 3 times where I was actually hot. But when I first flew into North Carolina, I really regretted not bringing a warmer jacket because I left all my Arctic stuff at home and brought a really lightweight fleece thing. And when it was raining in Raleigh, I was cold.
Huh.
And normally you don't hear me say I'm cold unless
Right.
it's the wind's blowing. Let's see how many votes we have now. 17 votes. Come on, y'all. We need your vote. Chop, chop.
Okay. I'm going to go over and look at fabric
Okay.
and see if I can't find something.
Okay.
I'll take you guys with me.
Hey, Raina, how are you? Remember how I said something about somebody's been really quiet?
Yeah.
Guess who's giving me a little?
Starting to wake you up.
He's like, Mom. Here.
Yeah.
He's like, I need to go outside, Mom. All right, already. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Shoo shoo.
Dookie dookie. Let's see what I want. And according to the pattern, I only need a yard. So that gives me a little more options here. Try to match up. Yeah, I could do this one that's got navy blue in the background, and then it's got the peachy pink salmon colors for all the chickens and strawberries and butterflies and rabbits. That would be kind of fun. Okay, I'm going to leave this one out because it even though none of the fabric in the quilt has chickens or anything like that, the colors match up. And this fabric, I think it is a poppy cotton. And this fabric was Camille. Look at this, Katie.
Oh, that's pretty.
It's got chickens and rabbits
Butterflies and rabbits.
and strawberries.
That's pretty.
It's got all the colors that are in this quilt. It's even got a little bit of green in it.
You thinking about using that as a border or backing?
I am. Well, it depends on what the poll says, but
Yeah.
I'll keep looking.
Darn it. Here I am sewing the whole seam when I should not. Colors do match the blocks, says Mary G. Raina says maybe a narrow salmon inner border with a wider, darker blue print outer border. Andrea says you could do staggered geese border with all the colors. Andrea says the darkest navy is what she would do. There's been a couple people mentioning the salmon. Let me see where we are on votes. Still 17 votes. No one else wants to vote and give their opinion?
Which color is winning so far?
Dark blue. So
That's what
65% say dark blue, 24% say salmon, 12% say light blue, and poor little green didn't get one vote. Not one.
Not one.
Not one. And that's out of 17 votes.
Okay.
So it looks
Thank
like the
you.
dark.
They like the dark. Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody, for voting and giving me your opinions. I do
Yep.
appreciate it.
I think that dark blue will look good on it too. You want me to stop the poll?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
I think everybody that's going to vote voted.
Okay. Let's do this next one. I'm getting a lot of these stitch and flips turned into half triangles while I'm doing these partial seams. Making use of it. No, Nora.
I thought you just took her outside.
I did. Probably rushed her.
Oh. Okay, let's see what this will look like up on the design wall.
Yeah, let me spotlight you so you can share this.
It's okay. It's going to be a minute.
Okay. Colors do match the blocks. That was from Mary G.
Okay, here's the dark blue. But there's so much salmon in it. I'm not sure how it's going to read. You know what I mean?
No.
That might be too busy.
Definitely got lots going on with it.
Yeah, it's pretty busy. So I'm not too sure.
It might pull everybody's eye away from the quilt. I don't know.
Oh, that's not too bad in the camera.
I was just gonna say, looking at it in the camera now that you got it sitting there, actually, I don't know, it might work.
I gotta look at it from far away.
Between the two, right?
Oh, it is pretty busy.
Do you have
But,
any
the fabric they have on the pattern is pretty busy too. And it's got the dark blue with salmon speckles in it.
Yeah, it does. I can see that. Um, do you have any other print fabric that's dark with the dark background like that over in your stash?
Yeah, I'm still looking.
Because I
I
would look at more than one thing, and then you might be able to figure it out. Linda says, put your piece of white between to see for sure.
Yeah, I left like a 2-inch gap right here. So my whiteboard is there. Gives you that space. Might have to do like a 3-inch.
Instead of 4.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes the more you move it away, the more it helps.
Yeah.
You know. Let's see. Let's try.
Okay.
So that's a little further apart. See how that helped?
Yeah.
Having it a little further away.
Yep. Is it possible for you to show us, put that on the other side too, so we can see it on the
No,
lighter
I
side too?
have them both up there. No, because I don't want to cut it.
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh,
Just temporarily move it to the other side so we can see what it looks like on that side too. I know you might have to move your camera again.
yeah, I don't think I have enough room.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for something else.
She says, Helen says it's going to be 4 times that much. I don't know what she's talking about on that part.
Fabric. 4 times busier.
Oh, 4 times busier. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if we uh, went for a light blue, I could do a checkered, like a gingham. Not sure how that would look though. Might look good on the back.
Yeah.
I have a nice piece of gingham flannel that would probably be really nice on the back. Geez, I can't believe I don't have any more dark blue.
Maybe you need to make a trip to the fabric store.
Maybe.
That might be what you need to do. Do you think any of those stores sells that fabric that you got in the quilt?
Oh yeah, because that pattern is from what is it, December?
That's just gonna say either go out and look for that particular one or go on Fat Quarter Shop and buy some.
Yeah,
It
I
shouldn't be
could.
that
I just would rather I would rather use my stash if I can, you
Well,
know?
yeah, I know. It was just a thought.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Linda says, try the light blue and see how it would look. And then Lauren says, I would do a larger inner border and a skinnier outer border with that dark fabric. Ooh.
What'd you say?
She said she would do a larger inner border and a skinnier outer border with that dark fabric.
Oh, yeah. That's a thought. Then it wouldn't be quite as busy.
No. Hey, Lauren, how are you? Okay, we got that one pinned.
Okay, this one's a little more mellow.
Mm, meh,
Nah,
meh. I really liked the darker color.
that's because you like color.
Yeah. Lauren says that's pretty good. Or maybe she was answering my question about how she was doing. Yeah, I know. I just love color. Linda says no.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's the wrong.
Yeah,
Something's wrong about it.
yeah, I don't like that one. So don't anybody start liking it. It's not going to be that one.
Linda's saying try the light blue.
Yeah, I might have to switch to light blue.
Lauren says same here. I like the darker one. So she didn't like that color blue either. Lauren wants to know if you have a medium gray.
Uh, yeah,
What color is that? Is that a navy?
Yeah, it's a blue. It doesn't really match, but it's kind of in the same tone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not quite as dark as the other, but it's definitely better than the other one you showed.
Yeah.
It definitely works better, yeah. Let's see. Lauren says even a light color gray would go with it. Try a salmon inner border with a dark blue outer border. That was from Raina.
Here's a gray.
That's interesting. You could actually work, that would even work. Just go stand away from it so you have a look at it, Teresa.
No, I don't like that.
That other blue, the blue you just had up there though, that probably would work. Maybe. And I would go stand away so you can see that one too.
Well, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
I don't love it, but it's not too bad.
What is that color to the far right? Is that black?
Yeah, it's black.
Was that up there for this to test out too, or for something else?
Something else.
Can you like set that next to the quilt and see what the top and see what that looks like?
The black?
Yeah.
Set it next to the quilt and see what it looks like.
Yeah. Take the blue down, put the black up there, and let's see what it looks like.
Well, I don't have any more of this, so
Oh, well darn. Never mind. You don't
yeah.
have it, there's no point. There's no point in it.
Yeah, it's for the uh frames around the horses.
Uh-huh.
That's what that is. Frames for the horses. Here, let me move it so it won't be a distraction.
Yeah, because I'm like, well, that black kind of looks nice over there too.
Yeah, it's the only piece of grunge I have in this sewing room.
Mary says the blue was better. No on gray.
Okay, I'm going to put this blue on this side. Yeah, this is really the only gray I have. So,
What about
okay, I'm going to look for salmon.
yeah.
I think okay, this salmon color up here, it's got little polka dots in it, and I think I have some salmon polka dot over there. Might work.
Give it a try and see what it looks like.
I, I think that chicken fabric is just too busy.
Yeah.
I really like it, but
If it's not
I
talking,
just,
don't use it.
huh?
If it's not talking, don't use it.
Yeah, it's not talking to me. It's got a little too much going on in it.
I really think you should think about, I know you said you don't want to. I think you should order some of that darker from, you know, This is really pretty. And it would work for that quilt.
One of these darkers.
Yeah. One of the two. You have to choose between the two.
Yeah.
You didn't have much left over from the fat quarters?
Um, Not enough to make. I could do like a scrappy border.
I was wondering if that was possible to take what all you have left over and sew it as a scrappy border. And then put your, you know how you were going to put that white between it, put the white between
Yeah.
it, and then use it for the outer border and it's showing off the rest of the fabric.
Yeah, I might be able to do that because I was going to use it for the binding.
And then as far as the binding is concerned, that you can think about later.
Well, what I could do is put like a 4-inch white border around it and then just do the binding and the scrappy stuff.
Yeah, you could do that also. Yeah, that's right, you could. And then you've used all that to showcase itself.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to leave it up there
I
and
have a hard
think
time
about
trying
it.
to find the right border that you want for that darker color. But what you just said, yeah, that makes total sense. They are saying they like scrappy borders. Question: what color is the quilt she is trying to bring for? Oh, she wants to know what color in the quilt you want to bring forward, Lauren.
It doesn't matter any of the colors that are in there because it's fairly balanced. But yeah, I understand what you mean. Because whatever color you use on the outside will
I think this
kind of
going the scrappy route would work. Do you like that idea, or is that not such a good idea?
the what?
Going the scrappy route,
I
using what
like
you
it
have.
about 80%.
Well, 80 is better than zero.
Yeah. But I could put a few pieces up there and
And test run the
then,
theory. Yeah, test run the theory. That's a good idea.
oh, hey, I just thought of something else. I might have enough of this,
Mm-hmm.
which is the little
Pinwheel.
pinwheels.
Yeah, you could use that too.
Yeah, I have a lot of strips cut in that. Let me put it up there and see what I think.
Okay, so Mary's saying scrappy binding with leftovers would be better. Then Linda says do scrappy border and then bind in a dark blue.
Yeah.
And Lauren is also saying yes, scrappy would work also.
There, check that out.
Wow.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, it's not.
Definitely goes with the pinwheels.
Yep. You definitely could tell it's part of the colorway.
Yeah, exactly. I forgot I had that.
Mary G says she likes that.
And then I could do the scrappy binding.
Yeah. And Jean also says she likes that much better. Yeah, and then do the scrappy binding.
See, and we voted on dark blue and it ended up with light blue.
It's okay.
Yep. See how things change?
Yeah. When you start playing with it a little bit,
Yeah, I might have enough for binding with the scraps.
hopefully. And if not, you could always didn't you say you had some of those strips left from that fabric too?
Yeah. So
Could
I
always
can
yeah.
add those. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to leave that hanging up there like that for a little while. And so far, I think that's my best option
Yep.
because it matches the fabric
Yeah.
that I'm
You could
already using. So,
yep, exactly. Let's see. Raina says the light use the light blue instead of the white inner border and then scrappy binding. Everybody seems to be on the same page right now.
okay.
And then Mary G says, laugh out loud. It's hard to know until you see the fabrics.
Definitely. Until you put it up there and you start seeing what you got,
Yeah.
then, you know. Now I'm still debating on whether to do in this first border right here
Uh-huh.
to finish out these pinwheels. So then you'd have half of the pinwheel in the first border, the
Yeah.
white border.
Do you have enough to do that?
Well, I still have a bunch of 2.5-inch squares in
Uh-huh.
that color. And I'm going to have to measure because the pattern said I needed a yard for the outer border. So if I have a yard of this, which I think I do, yeah, I should have enough for it to do that. Question is, do I want to put that much more work into it?
Oh no, it's pretty. I love it.
I'm sweating. It's getting hot upstairs, you guys.
Yeah, when I stepped outside to take her out for a minute, it's like, oh, it's much cooler out here than inside this house. It feels like a sauna in this house.
I think it's like 80 in here right now, at
Yeah,
least.
I'm pretty sure it's about 90 degrees in here.
Why is it so hot inside the house?
Because I have only one window open right now in the whole entire house because I don't want mosquitoes in the house. But what I'll do is when I kill all these lights after this live, then I'll open my front door and let all the heat out, and the mosquitoes won't come flying in because they're drawn to light.
Yeah, but do you have the heater on inside the house?
No, we got the heater turned all the way down to 1.5. And it's down low enough that the only room that I do keep heated is the bathroom, and I keep that door shut
What?
because we have ceramic tile on the floor, and you don't want
Yeah.
that cold. That is the most uncomfortable thing in the world. But the rest of the house has not got hot floors. It's just that the way this heating system works, even on low, it will not let the house drop below 15 degrees in the house.
Uh,
It will automatically kick on.
yeah, but 90?
But it's 90 here because we had all that sun on these windows.
Oh,
Remember, I said I had 11 windows in this house,
oh,
and
you got
the way the sun moves around our house because of the way it's positioned, the windows soak up the heat from the sun, and it turns the inside of this house into a sauna. The person who built this house was smart. He knew if he did it just right, he wouldn't have a high fuel bill.
I think you still have me on big screen.
Yeah, I do. Sorry.
That's okay.
Um, are you at a point where you want to stop?
Whatever you do. What time is it?
midnight.
Is it almost 6 o'clock?
Yep, and I figured you'd be wanting to go eat.
Yeah, I probably have to go get dinner going. We eat later in the summertime, but I
Yeah.
still have to. Let me move over here and sit down for a minute so I can see the chat and
Okay. Because I figured
you.
I'd stop at this point and then
Okay.
pick up where we left off on a different night. I want to mention a few things though. Next weekend, now I'm still going to do my usual Thursday live, Friday live, but Saturday is going to be different because I'm doing a 12-hour live starting at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it will stop at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's to celebrate my second year as a channel. So it's going to be an open door kind of thing. You do not have to sit the entire 12 hours. I'm trying to round up a few creators where they can come in, talk about their channel, share a little bit. They'll be in and out. Also, me and Sean are doing a Stitch It challenge, so you'll be seeing that on the live. And also, Eric from Treasure Heart Creations, he will be joining me on the latter half of the live, and we probably will be sewing something scrappy more than likely. But yeah, come on over and hang out with me. Help me celebrate my anniversary of being a channel, and because last year I forgot all about it. I didn't even remember it until it was August, and it was too late to even say anything about it. But I wanted to, you know, just say thank you to everyone. And I'm hope I should know tomorrow, well, probably Wednesday, how much I can do for gift cards. We'll see. It just depends on my budget. And I won't know that till Wednesday. So I don't know. I'm hoping to do a giveaway. But anyway, y'all come and join me. I'll see you in someone's live. And Teresa, tell them when you go live again.
I go live normally at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Sunday, but I'm thinking I might go at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
So it's cooler up here. So yeah.
That sounds good.
I don't know what I'm going to be working on yet, either the horse or finish this quilt up, or who knows, it'll be a surprise.
Okay, cool. And Brian says, thank you, Katie and Teresa. Always a fun time. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone. And remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do? You create something beautiful from it. Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
You hear her talking?
Yeah.
What do you want? I have a feeling she didn't do